I can't get in.
Good morning. We'll call the May 8th meeting of the Minnesota Supervised Release Board to order. We'll start with the board member Chris Bray,
Present.
board member Andy Larson,
Present.
and board member
Here.
Paul Schnell is present. Just for the record, there is one vacant seat that is still being filled. We will be hearing all cases today that will require a 3-vote majority in this case, because they're all adult people. And with that, we will come to the first case.
Good morning, everyone. We're back on Home Folks and Executive Officer of Communities and Release and Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review the process of who is participating through live stream video from Minnesota Correctional Facility in St. Cloud. Mr. Crowsbreast also has his advocate participating today, Mrs. Bella. Thank you for joining us. Here with me as Commissioner and for all board members, including Commissioner Paul. Who is to my left, chair of the board. Mr. Crowsbreast, our records indicate that on January 15th, 1999, in Yellow Medicine, Crowsbreast caused the death of Letitia Joy Blind while committing domestic abuse. He used a baseball bat and beat her to death. He then loaded her body in a vehicle, drove a short distance, and disposed of her body behind a vacant trailer on Peterson Household Road. Letitia's body was not found until January 1999 after a missing persons report was filed with law enforcement. On July 27th of 1999, Bert Crowsbreast was sentenced to a life sentence for murder first degree while committing domestic abuse with a past pattern of domestic abuse in Yellow Medicine County District Court. Today's review represents his first review on this life sentence after serving approximately 27 years of incarceration. His parole eligibility date will occur on January 14th of 2021. It should also be noted that Mr. Crowsbreast has a consecutive sentence of 25 years and 6 months for murder second degree with intent out of Chippewa County for the death of another victim. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner.
Good morning, Mr. Crowsbreast. Can you hear us okay?
Barely, yeah.
Okay, they might want to turn it up on your side.
We've maxed it out on our volume. I think Aubrey is trying to make some adjustments. It did get a little bit better.
Okay, and we'll do our best here to speak as loud as we can as well.
Thank you.
So I'd like to start out today by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
Just consider me, for release or, possibility. I've done so much time, I don't know. I've just been programming as much as I can. I just got back from Oregon and, I've been trying to get as much as done. A lot of things has changed. I just, whatever you guys decide, I accept. And, I've been been changing myself, and it's been tough. And I've been going through the struggle of, just everything that's happened, and will continue to, earn my freedom however I need to, to be done. That's all I need. That's all I can say.
Okay. What work do you think you still need to do before you get relieved?
Well, I've been trying to get my directives done, from what I understand. and it's what I've tried to accomplish and got done. Only thing that I've ever been able to participate in is the AOD treatment, alcohol and drug treatment. I've always tried to get that because I've always known I had a problem, and I'll just try to get that taken care of. Amongst other programming that needs to be taken care of as well. But I was never offered it because I had so much time I had so much time to do, and just need to get the programming in.
Do you think that treatment would help you?
Oh yes, yeah, definitely. Through all these things that I've ever been through and understood, yeah, I need the treatment. I definitely need the work done. I've been looking forward to it. I wish I would have took that more seriously, when I was younger in the world, but I needed it then. I still need it now,
Because you've had some challenges with use, right?
Yeah, yes. Hmm.
Um, can you talk about some of the insights you've gained into your offense and your offending? What were some of the causes in your view, and how have you changed?
Well, the insights that I've understood so far, are, relevant to my case, or just understanding what I've been through. The help that I needed, the help that the help that I've seen others get, and the successes that they've made. And, I've always wanted to be, in that particular uh, uh, mode of recovery. I would like to just keep that, traction going. That's pretty much, just my ambition. That's the ethic that I was wanted to that I wanted to change. Keep going in my mind. Am I right? I know that everything that's been done, uh, everything that's I've seen, um, I would like to change. I'm going to change, regardless if I am to be able to stay here, uh, or to work my way out. Uh, that's the change I like to make. The progression on my end. Just to fulfill what I need to have done. That needs to be done.
So this offense, your offense, life sentence crime, took place with an intimate partner.
Yes.
Do you think that you have that issues that need to be addressed around intimate partner violence and power and control, those sorts of things?
Oh yeah, definitely. That's just goes along with the treatment wise. Things that I've known, that I've matured over the years to understand that. I was very young when all that happened, and I didn't understand it. Needed counseling then. I would need counseling now, and that kind of treatment. I would very much like to, just have that, to help me evolve with any of my relationships I ever had before or after. I mean now, and help me, uh, you know, deal with any kind of anything, any kind of obstacles that come to my way. With being in a relationship, or with understanding all that stuff that's happened to me before in the past, that I can deal with it then now. Yeah, I definitely would. Yeah, I would know that I would need that, because that's part of the uh, the crime that I committed was, you know, I was immature. I was so young. I didn't know. I was just, you know, a lot of things that coincide with abuse, you know, abuse, relationship wise, you know, alcohol abuse, drug abuse, you know, just an abusive relationship, you know. I thought I could handle it then. I thought I could, and there was so many holes and so much negativity that I just, you know, I could have addressed it a different way to where the outcome would have been, you know, it wouldn't be here. You know, would have been dealt with, you know, accordingly with treatment, you know, help, counseling, you know, something that I've always learned throughout the time that I've been to reflect every day, every second, what I've done, the horrendous facts that, you know, I had to live with. And I always wanted to change that. I'm gonna change that, you know. That's just my drive of what I need to do, regardless if it's here or out. And you know, I'm just gonna change. I've been changing. I believe that I've changed. I will change, and that's like I said, the programming and the understanding of what I need to help then, when I can get it now, what it is. I I fully embrace that. You know, I want that. You know, I want that.
Who do you think has been impacted by your crime and how you believe they were impacted?
Who do I think was impacted?
Yes.
It's a big. That's a big question. That's a lot of people I've impacted. You know, my crime, my community, my family, their families, my victims' families. You know, hurt a lot of people, and I have to make amends and atone for that. I've been doing that, trying to do that with a lot of things and a lot of, you know, stuff that I could try to do. And you know, I know that it's, you know, it's an uphill battle to understand that with everything, with who I've impacted negatively, the crime, and it's with the crimes, I should say, but it's I I know it's I know it's there, and I try to make it. You know, all I could do is keep trying to make it right, even though I know it's not going to make it right. It's, you know, I'm all I can do is try. You know, and continue to output positiveness to that, to whoever wants to give me that chance. Even if not, then I'm still going to keep trying.
So if the family of Letitia was here today, what would you say to them?
Well, a lot of things that transpired that I've done and that's happened, you know, so I could put forth my life for theirs, you know, if I could give everything back to them, I would, you know, I apology, the understanding of who I was trying to be, and there's not enough there's not enough words to cover what needs to be said, you know. What I would like to do is, you know, just to let them know that, you know, I don't know, just let them know that, you know, I just apologize for the, sorry, everything happened the way it did. It blew up in my face, and I didn't happen like I said, a lot of things were with Letitia's mom. She understood that we was in an abusive relationship, and it's all my fault. It's all my fault. For years, I tried to think that that was some sort of you know, some sort of elements of I couldn't control, to a point. I just, like I said, if I could just take and keep her with everything that was here with. I just wish I would have had more time to say I was sorry. I apologize to what I did. And I don't know, that's like I said, I thought about that and I still continue to think about that. How much trust they entrusted in me and what I tried to do. And I just let everything get away from me. And like I said, there's not enough words to say that like I said, I like to do my actions to help, to try to. I've been trying to cope with that every day of my life, every second, every now. Not just because this is happening right now with you.
So you
Without
you
being
just said
a-
something very, you just said, Mr. Crosby, you just said something very interesting when you talked about the fact that you talked about
Yes.
this notion of what you say and what you do. Is what you've done a demonstration of what you owe to Letitia's family and to the people who are left behind, your own family? Or should they expect more?
They should expect more out of me, no matter what. I I think they would expect more out of me. If I given the chance to talk to them, to tell them what had happened, I would. You know, given the opportunity of saying my side, but just saying that what I would like to do. But like I said, that's not enough words to say that. Like I said, my actions of doing what I want to do and just try to help. That's what I think is most important.
You talk about your side. What is that? What do you mean when you say your side of what happened?
What I say is my side is that I never really had a chance to say my side. I clammed up. I got quiet. I didn't understand. I understood, but it was like I said, the abusive relationships, the help that we needed, that I needed, was never provided for me. I never didn't know how to understand it or to say how to put it out there like that. And like I said, it consumes a person when you don't do that, when you don't get the help that you need. And that's what happened. That's why I say my side is that I let when I was so young and not understanding that, it consumes a person. And it did. And I needed the help. I needed the help. It wasn't the we, it was me. That's what I mean when I say I, as in, I needed, you know.
All right. So it sounds as though you realize that there's work that you need to do. And one of those things is, you had talked earlier, two of them, substance use disorder treatment, right, is one.
Yes.
And then some level of kind of, intimate partner violence programming is another, right?
Yes.
And so that's just helpful. The other thing the last thing I would have asked before we open it up to the board members here is, how do you manage the prospect of, while this board will have authority over your indeterminate or life sentence, and in January of 29 you'd be eligible for parole, but as it stands today, that parole would be constructive parole, as you would be released on parole to your pending consecutive sentence of that 25 years. How do you maintain a positive view in light of what's ahead of you?
Well, as I know that there wasn't, even though I'm up for parole, there's the possibility of I have to do more time. But as in what the justifications of what that other sentence was on my half of, there was a lot of, I don't know how you say it, discrepancies with that trial that happened to me. I lost the trial, but I also know that there was a lot of, like I said, a lot of different discrepancies and things that happened that I know that I can change and have well, not change, but have looked into to try and have that at least looked at. I know that there's if once I get this time in, it's strong possibility I'm not going to get out, and then that's fine too. I understand that, but I still will, consider to try to, have that looked into to, I don't know, at least to get, a different trial, a different thing, because there's so many loopholes and so many things that were not addressed then that I know now, and that's what I try to have it looked into. But all in all, the time is time, and I know I didn't do that. I know it was like,
And I don't want to, I want to avoid
Yeah.
kind of getting into the
get
details
that.
of that case because it's not before us today, but
yeah,
it's relevant in the sense that,
Mhm.
this whole notion of, this board would only have the authority to parole you to that consecutive sentence, and it would require a different thing and, different
Right.
judicial determination or something to change that. But I just wanted to raise it because, I wonder how you weigh that, as you think about this whole prospect of change. And so I appreciate your answer. And with that, I'm going to open it up to other members of the board for any questions you have for Mr. Crowsprust.
Mr. Crowsrest, so you've mentioned a few times that you've acknowledged that the relationship with your victim was an abusive relationship. When you describe that, I mean, is that when you use that terminology, are you saying that you were abusive, or that both you and your victim were abusive to each other? I'm just getting clarification.
Well, we was both abusive to each other, ultimately, yeah, it was on my behalf of what happened, but things that were escalating to where it was, where it spiraled out of control, that's, that's why I believe that's where the abusive relationship, or where we needed help and we didn't see help, and the drugs and the alcohol played a big role in everything, and a lot of things that I didn't take into consideration, to say, oh, well, we should get this help, and like I said, it would have been a whole lot different if it would have been in that sense of, you know, getting that done. It would be I wouldn't even be here. I know for a fact getting that kind of help like that, I understand that relationship wise, that's, with that,
Okay. So you also mentioned a couple of times in response to some of the commissioners' questions how you've really been trying to atone for your actions and make it right. Like what are things that you have done to atone or to make it right?
what I've atoned, well, like I've said, I would have loved to have started with, victims' families and stuff to say, look, but I know how hard that is, and with one,
So sorry, so what are the things you've actually done, not things
oh,
that you could have or should have done?
oh yeah, well, things that I've done, oh, plethora of stuff. I've done charity donations to shelters. Um, I've done donations to the children's for winter jackets in the winter time, shelters or more shelters to domestic, not domestic, but what do you call it? The women's shelters. Just certain things. Some of those, what do you call it? That restorative justice. Like they would do feeds and stuff, and I would try to put money towards that and donate to that, throughout the years. I did it last time I was here in 2008, 9, 10. When I was in Oregon, they always done these uh, donations to the public. I've always tried to do that. And then on top of that, with other people that I've known that needed help, I've tried to help them, to the simple fact of helping them rebuild their house or helping them, you know, get a car or help them, clothes or just anything, that's positive towards their way of, and I had to wean out a lot of different things from people taking advantage of me towards knowing what was right and what they were done, just like you say, atonement for myself, what I do to the public, regardless it was through the DOC or just on my own, that's what I've done, and like I said, I've been working with my kids. I try to stay in contact with them, help them out, uh, help them understand, just helping other families, that from other friends and stuff that have come along the way. That's kind of the thing I've done. I've tried to
Okay.
do.
All right. So a lot of the things that you've mentioned, a lot of donations, charity donations, and that stuff, like really, I'm appreciative of that. One of the things that are there things outside of kind of the monetary donations or those sorts of things, something even deeper? And here's the reason I pose the question that way, partially because I understand that you've got, at least based on your packet, you've got, um, money in the community, that sort of thing. So certainly you have the ability to make donations. But are there other, more deeply personal things that maybe you've done in an attempt to atone?
Personal things. Well, I've always wanted. I mean, what do you mean personal things? Like I've tried to like self work. I mean, like personal things, like as in uh, have a good work ethic all the time. Tried to you know, staying with reaching out to the public, you know, or with other people. I, you know,
Okay.
personally say that, you know, I mean, yeah, I mean, to the extent of what is limited to me, you know, personally, you know, but
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions? Other questions?
Mr. Frosbres, I commend you for the, is it Edivo certificates in Oregon? The certificates of completion that you listed?
Oh,
Were
yes.
those, how long were each of those programs? It's quite a lengthy list, and I'm just wondering, were they a day? Were they?
Some of them were, uh, it all depends. Like the growing with Google one, those were fairly quick. Those were a couple of days, if not a week or two. But more or less like the cognitive behavioral therapy one, that took me it's like 6 months to do, almost a year. And then some leadership ones, those took a long time too, and probably almost a year, 6 months to a year almost. But what I would do is because we didn't have tablets on our persons, we'd have to check them out every rec time we have come out. Like sometimes it come out in the morning time, sometimes it come out in the afternoon or in the evening time, and it was a couple hours every day, every other day, you know. And uh, so I would sit down and focus on that programming and do that and complete them. And when there was something, the tests were lengthy. The modules for each test or for each section of what I was doing, and like one would be 18 modules, one would be 30 modules, or one would be 20 modules, and each one would have to be, you know, at least, I don't know, 20 hours of reading at least before we get to a actual test. And then when you have to get a test, you have to pass it with 75 to 80%. And sometimes if you missed one or two, you have to do the whole test module over again, you know. And so I had to buckle down and read and take notes and stay with it, you know, day in, day out. I didn't go to jump on the phone. I didn't do video visits. I didn't go out to the yard. When I started knowing that I had to tackle these certain areas of my directives that were never given to me before, that I knew I had to take care of, such as, you know, critical thinking, stress management, domestic, you know, uh, just certain stuff that I knew I had to get taken care of. I just buckled down and took them. And you know, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that there were some were really easy, and some were really hard too at that. And
So did you do those in response to directives that the Oregon prison people gave you?
They didn't give me no directives. I was going by what my directives were given from here in Minnesota.
Okay,
From
okay.
well, I was always said this is why your sentence release date was never given, because these directives were never followed. So I just went and took that from my case manager, what they gave me, and then I just applied that to that, and I found those certain subjects and went for them.
And then I noted that in the records that we were given, the records indicate that the gang element has significantly restricted your ability to move freely in the facility and associate with peers. And that's, when has that been the case, and what is the situation right now with respect to pressure you're feeling from the STGs and how it's affecting your incarceration?
Oh, uh, you know, that was, you know, that was part of the situation that happened, I guess, to what led me to be shipped out of state. And I didn't know that because uh, I had tried to advocate myself for a certain STG group, which I should have never got involved with. And that was my fault. That was my mistake, because I was trying to do something different on a religious aspect of helping others. And I inadvertently got myself involved in a gang, and I immediately, you know, seen what I did, and I backed away from that. And ultimately, at the same time, picked up a bunch of people that were, you know, obviously that were enemies of that gang. And so I had to try to work everything out with what was going on. And by the time I got back to Minnesota, it was to the point where it was like, well, now you're a whatever, looked at different as an influencer with that gang, and I wasn't. And I stepped away from them, and I had to explain to them guys, the other guys that were in opposition to that other gang that I was associated with, and now it's like, I have to let them know that I'm not no longer part of that, and I'm just trying to be my programming and be, in with, just population and be, try to get out, and try to move around, and I'm not trying to be that in that gang style lifestyle anymore. I'm not trying to, be with them guys or nothing like that. I'm just trying to be in the situation of what I need to do to get out into the world, and or just programming and be, normal. I mean, not normal, but inmate. I mean, just with regular.
Does that continue to be a problem with respect to being pressured by the gangs to participate in their activities?
Do they pressure me? No, not really. No, I've never. There's a lot of people I quit talking to. A lot of them try to reach out to me. I don't talk to them. I don't call them. Message them or write them anymore like I used to. Because I thought I was doing something better when it wasn't. But now people understand and know that that wasn't the fact, because I'm not a gangster. I'm not that person. And so like I'm not. And then people understand that and they know that, and it's like I hope it continues to keep evolving that way, because that's not what I was trying to do in the first place. It may look like it, but it wasn't my intention to doing that. And
So what I hear you saying is that it no longer restricts your freedom of movement.
no, it doesn't.
Okay.
It does not.
Thank you.
I try not to. Yeah.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Crowsbreast, I just want to follow up on the other board members' questions about your restrictions. When you go in for SUD treatment for your substance abuse, I think I remember reading that where you go is limited to the extent that some of your old gang members are in those groups and you have an compatibility. Is that right?
Well, I've been gone 16 years. I don't know who's got incompatibilities on me. I'm just now finding that out myself. And like, if they were, I mean, there's not so much to the notion of my old gang buddies that were saying nobody I know is in. If it's something that they're a part of, they're on them. And the only thing that I can see that is a problem is the guys that were like so-called beefing with with the gang that I was with, and I had to make them guys understand that I'm not with them guys no more. I'm not with that. I'm not trying to be with them dudes. And that's kind of like the situation that happened to me in Rush City when I first got back. I tried to explain to them guys, but then there's nobody that remembers me, that what I was trying to do with them other guys. Not just a bunch of young guys, young kids that were going by and not trying to even ask questions or understand what I'm trying to do. And now that I'm slowly integrating myself back into the system of over here, people are understanding to know where I'm at with where I was at before. I tried to be this advocator guy to say, look, hey, I try to help these guys out, but they don't want my help. That's fine. Them guys will do that. I'm not trying to step on your guys' toes. I'm not trying to do nothing. And they should understand that. And they start to know that. Even their gang leaders, dudes that they're gone, are understanding that. That's what I'm not about that no more. I'm just trying to make my way out of here and be, just a positive, force for myself to get out and or just to, help others when I can, not be in that gang life no more, and that's, like I said, it's a touchy subject sometimes, but they're slowly understanding that now because now, like I said, I've been gone almost 15, 16 years. I don't know who's got an compat on me. I don't know who. I'm just finding, like I said, I don't know who. I'm trying to figure that out myself, and I don't know who's who. All the people I know are all are gone. They're all either in other institutions or the people that know me, or they either got out or passed away, or I don't know, whatever they whatever. I have no idea. I'm just slowly piecing everything back together. Like here, for example, here when I got here, I wasn't trying to just right away put myself in a situation to where these guys are, oh, they heard about me. They heard about me. Ooh, 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 ooh. But no, I had to slowly let these guys understand who I am, what's going on, and what I'm trying to be about. So now they understand not to go by rumor or hearsay. Okay, it's good. Now I've just recently just been invited back to just the regular situation to where I was at in the beginning before any of this stuff, before I got shipped out of state, all that. I'm not saying I'm a gang. I'm not with no gang, nothing. I'm just with just helping my people out or just being an inmate, of circumstance of being with, in the population, the population management, I should say.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes.
The only other question I have is, where'd you get all the money for your donations?
Well, fortunately, I was very fortunate. I mostly from my father. I inherited a lot of my money from my father. He had a bunch of land in up in North Dakota, and I inherited a lot of stuff from him. So I got uh, land, oil rights, land management, stuff like that. And I was fortunate to be a part of some sort of lawsuit that happened a long time ago that got taken care of. Some Cobell lawsuit that happened with the Native Americans throughout the country, and I had fell into that, and so I became very fortunate with that. So I've been trying to, I put everything away to the side, and I've been helping out here and there, just slightly, just to manage that. And I get that question a lot, like, where do you get all your money at? Where does all this, are you getting money from per cap? Like, no, I'm not a per cap Indian. I don't have casino money. They cut me off a long time ago when I first came in. So I don't know. I just got the money what I got from my inheritance, put it away, been saving it for a while, and then just slowly, that's basically what I've been doing.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. At this point, I'd like to turn to Mr. Crowbrass advocate, Ms. Holland. First, I want to say thank you for being here today, and we'll open the floor for you to provide your thoughts and regarding the changes you've seen in Mr. Crowsbreast over time and your thoughts about what he needs going forward.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, board, for hearing me on this and allowing me to be here today. I do have something written, but I also, just in hearing Burr speak, it brings me back to a lot of conversations that him and I have had. We've talked about, our childhoods and our teen years and sort of that need to be tough and prove things to people, and really how we allowed pride and like such a desperate need to belong drive a lot of our decisions when we were younger, and essentially led us both to prison. And he has spoke really wisely about that, how he recognizes what that was then, compared to how his thinking is now. And I was really impressed with that because it even gave me some enlightenment on how my life led the way it did and how so much was about pride and proving things to people that at the end of the day really didn't matter, and how many people we harmed in doing so. So I just want to point that out. Again, my name is Darla Holland. I am a community advocate. However, me and Burr, we have become friends. And I'm just here to support this hearing and a step down for Mr. Crowsbreast. over time, I've had the opportunity to observe meaningful changes in Burr's attitude, behavior, and outlook on life. Even when he was housed out of state, and he used his time super productively by participating in the programs available to him, which was how he earned, dozens and dozens of EDOVO certificates. And we would message back and forth on the tablet, and he would check in about how excited he was about this certain thing that he learned or that he didn't realize. And I just thought that was really cool. I also thought it was really cool that, with the work I do, I speak to a lot of different men in prison. He never crossed a boundary. He never tried to hit on me or never tried to get more out of me than simple friendship and advocacy, which I also really appreciated. To me, that like just speaks volumes about his overall character. He has always expressed a desire to better himself. I'm super into fitness. And so I would like tell him about my fitness stuff. And then he would tell me how, oh, I went out and tried to do this workout, even though he's having some knee issues. So I think that Burr can definitely and is influenced in a really positive way when he's around positive people. Every interaction that I've had with him, he has been respectful, kind, thoughtful, and motivated towards a better future. He consistently speaks about his goals. He's talked about, getting his higher ed degree. He's talked about maybe doing a trade. He has a desire to grow and live differently. We've spoke pretty intensely about our past lifestyles, and that like there's no way we can change our future if we continue in those lifestyles, and that a lot of that is cutting off people that are unhealthy for us. I'm also connected to several individuals in the community that Burr is also connected to. And these are people that are running successful nonprofit organizations. They are making positive impact in the community. They are sober. They're people that I look up to. They have more sober time than I do. And so that was another reason that I was so willing to work with Burr and advocate for his transfer back to Minnesota. Just because I was literally able to do like a cred check out here. And it was like, no, he's a good guy. He wants to change his life. Because I don't want to just speak freely at anybody's hearing. I really want to speak when it's somebody that has shown that they want to change and are willing to do the work. Another really interesting conversation we had, I think it was last week or the week before, that actually shocked me was, most people are like, I'm doing all this to get out of prison. And like, of course, that's the end goal, right? Like everybody wants to be released and reintegrate into society. But he said some things about how, like, no matter what, I just want the opportunity to change. Like, I'm not so stuck on them releasing me that I'm just doing this to get released. And that was really shocking because you don't hear that very often, especially when you're just having like a one-on-one conversation and you guys aren't around. So I was really impressed with that as well. He talks about being a good father, a good grandfather, and really he wants to set an example for his Native brothers and sisters because he sees how like all the stuff with the gang involvement, everything that kind of like happened and the mix up in that, how he wasn't setting a good example. And of course, with his crime itself, he has pointed that out. And, he was young when this happened. And in many ways, he had to grow up in the system. And I think people kind of have two options when they grow up in the system. It's either like they either stay bad or get good despite their situation. And that's not easy for anyone. I know several times out of prison, for me, I just wasn't ready. And then this last time when I went, I decided to change no matter what my circumstances were. Something else that really impresses me about Burr is that he doesn't blame a lot of other people for his circumstances, even like his conditions in prison, his transfer back to Minnesota. There wasn't this big blame game and poor me and victim mentality. And so I really respect that. And what I've noticed with people is, and myself personally, is when you step out of that victim mentality, then you can really be accountable for the things that you have done and the things that you're going to do in the future. And that's really what I see with Burr. I just strongly support him being given step down opportunities. and continued chances to like get some better programming, I would love to see him get his degree because I know how much it's helped me and how much more successful I am out here because of my degree. And honestly, even if release could be considered today, if he didn't have this consecutive sentence, I would be willing to support release because he has such a strong support network out here. I do agree that he needs treatment. I think that some trauma therapy is in order, you know, with a crime that happened like that, especially when it's such an intimate crime, you know, that sticks with you. That so maybe if he has a place to process that, and then obviously something to address like any anger, domestic abuse situations. I'm not really sure what's available. We don't really have that at the Shakopee prison, I don't think. So yeah, I think, you know, in a few years when he sees the supervised release board again and he has some of these things met, I think we're even going to be talking to a more elevated Burr. And I look forward to that. And then I'm going to go as far to support hopefully a commutation at that point for his consecutive sentence. And I sit here like with a whole heart of like pure support for him because I've had several conversations and he has definitely learned from his mistakes. Definitely. And he has some more learning and growing to do, but he's also very aware of that and very willing. And he knows that just getting released from prison isn't like the answer either. And so I respect that from him. And I just want to thank you all for your time. And if you have any questions, I can answer them.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being here today and providing support to Mr. Crowsbreast.
Of course.
Mr. Crowsbreast, I want to open the floor to you to provide any last thoughts or comments to the board before we move into a discussion and deliberation about next steps.
Well, I would just like to say thank you for taking your time out today, you know, for doing this. And, you know, I appreciate everything that's everybody has to say and the intake or the input of what it is. And, you know, respects for everything and respect their decision, you know, and yeah, so thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here. And with that, I'll close this portion of the discussion and move us to discussion and deliberation about next steps. During that conversation, the board will not entertain questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I'd open this to the board. Maybe I could launch one. So I would move a denial of parole, continue this until January of 2029. And in that time, I would like to see Mr. Crowsbreast successfully complete substance use disorder treatment programming, engage himself in intimate partner violence programming that may be available. Further kind of work in restorative justice. I think he needs to gain some insight here in terms of kind of victim related issues. I still feel a little waffly about his version versus other versions. And then, you know, I would just picking up on what Ms. Holland suggested, that, you know, I would not make it so much a condition, but something that he can demonstrate, and that is to seek out behavioral health assistance, to do some trauma processing from the offense and even from his childhood. And then obviously the last thing would be to remain discipline free. So that's the motion. Is there a second?
I second it with the additional provision that he enhance his current release plan to be more specific for residential options, employment, and expanding its social network.
Okay.
And could I just add that he, if he has the opportunity between now and when he starts SUD, that he really looks at his criminal thinking. So taking programming that's really specific to that.
Yeah, and I think that the IPV is more of a criminal, it's a cognitive behavioral IPV, so it's does some focus on intimate partner, but it does also more of the broad stuff as well. So hopefully that would be a program.
Yeah, and I would just add, and it doesn't need to be added to the motion at all, more just an observation, or a challenge to really, I would challenge him to really kind of explore some of the, insight. A couple of things that he said really stood out to me, how he inadvertently got involved in a gang, and even his description of the offense, as you mentioned. I think there's greater insight that really needs to be gained into kind of what led to those circumstances. So I really would encourage that. And I know he also mentioned in his packet that he's interested in becoming a peer recovery specialist. I think that's laudable. And if he's serious about that, I would really just encourage that as well. So like I said, it doesn't need to be added to the motion, more just something I want him to hear.
Yeah. All right. There is a motion and a second to the motion. Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead,
Yes.
and Chanel votes yes. Mr. Crowsbreast, you've had an opportunity to hear where the board's at. It shouldn't be a surprise because it's a lot of the things that we've been talking about here. But I think, I would really encourage you and push you to do anything and everything you can to do this and to demonstrate your own efforts beyond the programs that we're directing. I would also just say that I would like, and I would add this because this is something we can do on our side, but have a PRT to look at the best placement site to access the programming that's needed. I think, and that could include a minimum, not a minimum, a medium placement, because some of those sites may be easier for him to access certain programming. So depending upon that, I would ask that the PRT would convene and just look at placement sites and with Mr. Crowsbreast and where the majority of these programs could be accessed over the next 2.5 years. Any questions, Mr. Crowsbreast?
Oh, no, sir. No, I'm fine. Thank you.
All right. Good luck to you, sir. Take care.
Thank you.
All right. We'll be with you in 1 minute. Mr. Torres. Whenever you're ready, we can go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Rusty Allen Torres, who is participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Moose Lake. Mr. Torres also has his brother and advocate participating today. Mr. Torres, thank you for coming and joining us today.
Welcome.
Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell. Other members present are Member Christine Bray, Member Cheryl Ramstead, and Member Andrew Larson. Our records indicate that on May 9th of 1999, Rusty Torres and his co-defendants traveled to the Knights Inn in Faribault, where Jesse Springer was believed to be staying. When they arrived, they forced their way into the apartment and attacked Jesse Springer, cutting his throat. On June 15th of 2000, Rusty Torres was sentenced to a life sentence for first-degree murder in Rice County District Court. Today's review represents his first review after serving approximately 27 years of incarceration. His parole eligibility date will occur on May 9th of 2029. Thank you. Turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Torres. How are you today?
I'm well, thank you.
Good. I'd like to start out by asking you what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for taking the time to meet me today. And before I answer your question, I'd like to apologize to the family of Jesse Springer. I realize that no amount of time can repair the void that I created in their lives by the actions of my night that night. And I can't begin to imagine the pain and suffering that I've caused them. Again, I apologize for the pain that's going to cause them today by having to revisit this moment. In regards to what I'd like to see happen today, I'd like to have us have a conversation where you're able to get a better feeling of who I am now at 50 relative to who I was at 23. I think in doing so, I'm hoping that you'll be able to feel confident in making a decision whether or not to parole me, to progress me to the next phase of this stage, or to present recommendations for the next time we meet. It's also my hope that you'll continue to recognize that I put my words into action with everything that I've done so far. And with the classes that I've taken, it wasn't just me putting cheeks in a seat. I was able to take something from each of those programs and through self-reflection, discovered a way to apply them to myself in order to create a better, ever-improving version of me. I think that through challenging my old black and white thinking patterns and continually increasing my education, the scopes of my possibilities that I'm able to determine that I have available to me, given any situation, is pretty much limitless. But that's not to say that my journey to this point was without obstacles or self-inflicted struggles. Rather than point the finger at the system and cry foul whenever something went sideways, it helped to shine a light on the blind spots that I still need to continue to refine. To this day, I'm still an imperfect man, but I'm trying to be the best version of me that I was meant to be, while striving to make amends for something I did that was unamenable. I don't think that there's any way that I can return the light of the life that I took, but I can do my best to make sure that no other family feels the shadow of loss. So it's kind of like to have a conversation and see what happens from here.
So can you talk a little bit about who you were at the time of this offense and the journey of change to today?
Certainly. At 23, I was pretty much lost as identity-wise. I didn't know who I was, and I felt that I needed to be this guy that everybody wanted me to be. And having grown up in the family that I grew up with and being removed from my home at a young age, going through the juvenile system, going through foster homes and things like that, there was just no place for me to fit in until I reached those points. And I just seemed that there was a lot of people that were in those places that were just as broken as I was. And we kind of seemed to gravitate towards each other. And I found myself really admiring these guys that were tough and strong. And it's not until I got older and started looking back on it that I realized that all these things were just a facade to kind of protect the hidden child that's still within them. But I started adopting a lot of those things that they had. And it eventually led to me being involved in gang life and kind of fulfilling that role that you've seen on TV in the 90s and the way these things were. It was really bad. I mean, I made horrible decisions back then trying to justify what I was doing, trying to make myself feel accepted. It just didn't seem to be in the right direction that I wanted to. And so when I was 17, I ended up joining the military, and I was there for 2 years. I was in my AIT training when I was hauled back to Minnesota for a crime that I didn't think was a removable crime. Unbeknownst to me, I didn't know at the time. My recruiter had pulled some strings in order to make his quota, and I had gotten in trouble for it as a result of it, and was ultimately discharged administratively with the opportunity to come back. But then I just kind of felt like something else was being taken from me, that once again, I wasn't good enough, or I was unworthy of this. And these all come through self-examination of having time to deal with the programs that we've been through in here, reflecting on a lot of stuff that was really impactful and influential in my life to help make the decisions, that helped to influence the decisions I used to make when I was younger. I think finally reaching a point to where I just kind of had that aha moment where I realized that I'm the reason I am the way I am, that I'm the reason that I'm alone. I'm the reason that I find myself in this position, and that there's nobody else to blame for the actions that I had taken. I really kind of started to really examine myself. I applied a little bit more of my effort into taking these programs, such as restorative justice. AVP was a huge one for me, which is alternative to violence. There are several courses of those. And seeing the impact that people like me were having on normal people out in the world, whether it was from being assaulted or being robbed or having somebody taken from you, seeing me through their eyes was really kind of it made me feel ashamed of who I was and the decisions I made, because I knew right from wrong and I chose to do wrong. So I started taking a look at who I was and a lot of the other men that were in the prison that seemed to be on the right path, and what it was that they were doing to make those changes in their lives, whether it was faith-based, whether it was doing something within the community to make it a better place for other men to live and feel safe in. And I started applying myself to that, started getting involved with that, with building character, with mentorship programs, with tutoring other men. And it just slowly, as you work through these programs, you reach an elevated position to where you may not realize it, but other men are looking at you at what you're doing. So you kind of have a responsibility, these guys who are coming behind you, to hold yourself to a higher standard. And that's kind of what I strove to do over the years. I wasn't perfect. I mean, I did my times and segs. I still did a lot of stupid stuff, but each one was, again, an area that I acknowledged. Rather than putting the blame on somewhere else, I had a fault within me that I needed to repair, which pretty much leads me to today, where I find myself working for the chapel, being able to work with all these various religious groups and being sensitive to their needs, regardless of what my old self would have thought of them. Interacting with men who are just as damaged as me, but not judging them, putting myself in their position and being able to help them and offer them comfort when they need it. And leading my own group of men, it really puts you in a position where you can't afford to fall or take steps back. And I strive in that situation. I hope that answers your question.
So one of the things that, I noted, you had talked about, the criminal thinking or checking your thinking and some of that kind of stuff. And I know you've done a number of programs related to that.
Mhm.
And yet, weirdly, you have some strange kind of disciplinary stuff, right? Even somewhat recent, like the gambling stuff.
Mhm.
What's that about?
The gambling thing was an incident where it was me doing the wrong thing to do the right thing. And I say that to say this: there were some men that are part of the guys that the Native American group that I'm part of, came in and they didn't have anything. They're relying on other avenues of trying to acquire things. And I thought, look, let me show you how to make a run store and do whatever you have to do in order to be able to supply for yourself. So that way you're not going to sex. So that way you're not fighting with individuals. So that way you're not extorting other people. Let's do things the right way, but the wrong way. So that way you don't have to be a burden, not only on us, but on your family, as well as, being able to have the time to participate in some of these programs. So what eventually happened is these brothers ended up going to boot camp, and as in the transition of one to the other, I was the one that had it. Should I have had it? Absolutely not. I should have just left everything alone and been alone. But with me being, I guess, the older brother in the house at the time, it kind of fell on me to decide who got it next. As far as with my decision making in that and other ones and the one that happened down in Lyle Lakes with the pizza, again, it was a mistake in my character that I didn't realize that I had and that I needed to work on to repair. And I believe that I did some of that by acknowledging that I was wrong in that situation. There were other avenues that I could have taken to get my point across to where with the wastefulness of what I was thinking was going on.
Because it just feels a little bit like, you know, you've done all these positive things, right? You academically, you've had considerable success. And it just seems a bit strange that, you know, you're on the precipice here of, you know, what the next could look like. And these are again, I'm not suggesting for in any way that these are be all and end all kinds of violations. At the same time, they're not reflective of, you know, necessarily pro-social kind of thinking and actions that, you know, that I'd like to see, just speaking for myself at this stage of the game. And yet, you know, I'm stuck with this picture of these little things. And then, you know, you just pointed out, like you talked about, like you were the senior person in the house, not fundamentally dissimilar to being the senior person in the house at the time of the offense. You talked about that. And in your acceptance of responsibility was the fact that you were a bit of you brought it together, right? You were the leader or the stronger of probably that crew. Is that fair?
You're talking about the incident of the crime?
No, yep.
Yes. Yes.
So I'm mindful of that. Like, you know, again, big difference between the crime and that role and gambling stuff or whatever it is. But at the same time, it is not the kind of thing that we should see at this stage. And again, and I appreciate and I deeply respect the fact that you talk about the fact that you still have work to do. And we all do, every human being does. So I get that. But that just stuck out to me.
Understood.
Yeah. As you think about what do you imagine the impact of this crime to be on your victim's family?
That's a great question. I think the impact of my actions in taking of this life, I mean, I took from them a son and a father, a brother. It feels like it's an emptiness that can't ever be replaced. It's life-changing when it's somebody's life. There is a value in that. And it's just gone for something so ignorant, something so stupid and small. That how do you overcome the anger at the individual who did this? How do you overcome the pain that's in your heart that's been missing for all these years? I can't imagine the pain they've gone through. I don't know what the right words would be, but I know that I was damaging. I know that the effect that I had on the community made it feel unsafe and insecure for however long it took for things to return to normal. It's a horrible thing that never should have happened.
Have there been times since this happened, and I just don't know, but where what happened that particular day kind of sits with you and where it causes you struggles to sleep, or have you had dreams about this ever? Like what this is like? What can you talk a little bit about that?
Certainly. The worst part of that day was the actual murder itself, and witnessing that and seeing that and being a part of that is it had caused me a lot of sleep loss in the beginning of it, but being able to not visualize, but being able to kind of walk through it. And I don't know, there's no easy way to say that it ended, because it doesn't end, because it does happen sporadically where I'll wake up and it's like, man, what the heck is going on? What the F, why are you here? What's going with this? Why did that happen? That didn't have to happen, you know? Earlier in that day, there was the opportunity to just keep diverting everybody from everything. There was no need for us to go back that evening. I do regret the decisions that I made, and throughout that entire day, I was able to divert the path of everything that was going on. We were doing things in other towns. We were doing things that I needed to do, and just kind of deflecting from the moment. There wasn't any reason later that night to decide to go back and do anything. And I regret deeply the fact that I was part of that, and I may have been the catalyst in that. There was so much drugs going on that I can't recall if it was my idea or somebody else's. But for the purpose of this hearing, I'll take that on myself. Yeah, I've had a lot of time to think back of what could have gone differently. And it's just small little things that could have saved his life. Small little decisions that I could have made that would have changed the course of everybody's life. And I regret that. I regret not either having the strength to do it or not even considering it. Because as young as I was only thinking in terms of self, in terms of gang mentality, in terms of staying on top. Now it's like, those things are meaningless. Those don't mean anything. So it was just a really sad turning events for everybody that was involved.
In restorative justice, they talk a lot about the ripple effect of crime, right? What do you see as the ripple effects of your crime?
I think family-wise, I do believe that there is a loss in there. I do believe that there is insecurity and there is fear. There's fear of losing others to the same sort of violence. There is that missing piece that is gone from that family as a result of that. I know that he had a child, so that child doesn't have a father to raise or a father to be there to love them and teach them how to do things. I know that within the community, it became very frightening and very insecure with that level of violence happening within that area. So the detectives that had to walk in and see what the crime scene looked like, those who had to do the research and the investigation, I mean, these aren't things that just simply leave your mind once you witness this stuff. Thinking further, I know that my family was affected with me being removed. I know that my co-defendants' families have been affected with those guys being removed, as well as whatever has happened to them while they're in prison, having an adverse effect on who they were when they came out. Was there anything they were able to do to try and restore those connections? Was there anything they were able to do to try and make the community they're going back into feel safe and secure with them returning to it? I don't know. I don't have those answers because I don't have contact with them. I hope they took the time to make some of the changes that I made and that they're able to go back and do positive things. But I disrupted a lot of things with what happened outside of the family's loss, community, ourselves. It just doesn't stop. It can go on and on.
Last question for me is just, there have been some shifts, right, in terms of what happened, what the story was out of the chute, right out of the offense that happened, and then who was responsible for actually causing the death directly. I think there was there a second trial? I think yeah. Again, I'm not looking to retry or litigate or get into any factual stuff, but just that whole notion of what was said initially and then what gets said later, how does somebody trust, like, what the version of events is? I mean, without getting into, I'm not looking to get in any details here, but it's really more about trying to see your thinking around and understanding around the fact that varying versions create confusion.
100% they do. As far as trying to trust what is the right version, I mean, time will tell with that. It comes through action of the individuals that were involved. That's the only true reason I can give, because actions speak louder than words. In the initial thing, it came forward that it was Dylan, that I said that it was Dylan, because the understanding was the way that I came up in the gangs is that the younger men were the ones that were meant to take the calls. They're the ones that were supposed to go down because they weren't going to get as much time. Back then, Tracy and my relationship was, we were like brothers. We grew up together. We grew up since we were kindergartners. And my father was involved with his mother, so we were close as brothers. And I did everything I could to protect him. And that was my mentality at that time, is protect those who were closest to me. And unfortunately, at that time, I thought the other two were expendable. So that's the way that that rolled out. Unbeknownst to me at the time, there was a lot of anger, I guess you could say. Hatred, even being held on to Tracy for some things that happened in our past that kind of flew through the ether, because I didn't know about them. And then they slowly began to come back out. And then he started to say what he was saying as far as the questions is. Taking it into the court system was something that I guess needed to be done to clarify the truth. But I am by no means saying that I am innocent here. I am absolutely guilty, because I was there that night. I was the leader that night, and I should have stopped them. So the actions of whatever my men did at the time still falls on me. I won't dismiss that. I won't diminish that.
Thank you. With that, I would open this up to other board members' questions.
I have a question. First, I just want to acknowledge, I think you've done a really good job so far, and kind of looking at your criminal thinking, getting involved in things, and you're very articulate. You acknowledged to the psychologist that you thought your sentence was unfair. And what you said is, at the time of the life sentence crime, you weren't on probation. And this is a quote from you, I believe that was in that report. My life was good. I had a license, car, house, and a good job. I was doing everything you're supposed to do to have the white picket fence lifestyle outside of the illegal stuff I was doing with the dope. Could you put that in context for me? I didn't quite understand what you were saying with that.
Would you mind repeating that first part?
Well, yes, this is a quote that you said to the psychologist that was in our.
I'm sorry. I mean your question, the first part of your question.
What is the context for your comment about your great life? You were doing everything right, except for the illegal stuff and the dope. And how does that, I didn't understand how that relates.
Okay. We were talking about in the interview, we were talking about my early development when I first came into prison, and I was in that blame phase where I was pointing to everybody else, saying that it was their fault that I was here. It was the reason this, the state failed me, the system failed me, everybody else around failed me. I did everything right. That was the context that we were having that conversation in. And so when it came out there, I was doing everything correctly by having a good job and having a house and getting the white picket fence, aside from the illegal stuff, because my 23-year-old mentality was, cool, I'm making a living, I'm successful, and I'm doing things in the dark world, in the dope game. So by using that, I was able to get the house, I was able to get the white picket fence, I was able to be successful by meshing them both together. The way my mind was working back then was, I'm on top of the world because I have everything that everybody else is envious of. Because once again, I thought that those were the material things that mattered. But as we progressed through the conversation and as we talked about the changes that I had made as I aged and as I became more involved with programming and education, that whole perspective went to the other side of the spectrum. And I don't know that that actually got portrayed in the document that she presented. But that is the context of the conversation that we were having at that time.
Well, I appreciate that. What was the other side of the spectrum?
Realizing that those small things, the money, the house, the cars, those are all material things. Those are things that are replaceable. What's not replaceable are the relationships you're able to build. What's not replaceable are the lives that you have around you, whether it's your brother, your family, your wife, and your kids. What's not replaceable are the other humans that are walking in this world with you. Their value is just as much, if not greater than yours, because your job here is to be in a service role in order to be better and help people better themselves.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Torres, so your the packet you submitted, really nicely done, and I know within that you included your or you included an apology letter. Do you know, has the apology letter officially been accepted into the bank? I seem to recall you've written several or attempted to write several, and they've been returned to you. Do you know if that's been officially accepted?
It was. I got the letter yesterday and it's here with me. So they officially accepted on the 24th to the 29th of April.
Okay. Can you talk about so you're 27 years into your incarceration, into your sentence. Is there a reason that you waited so long to do that, to submit an apology letter, or is it more like you have to wait that long? Could you just talk to me a little bit about that?
Certainly. Initially, I wrote one way back when we first took the restorative justice apology letter writing. I never submitted it. I gave it to the RJ board for review, and it came back and forth. But then there was always this cold wishy-washy thing where when you submit it to the letter bank, they don't notify the individuals to whom you wrote the letter that the letter is waiting there for them. And I had a big issue with that because what I couldn't understand, I couldn't fathom the reason for writing an apology letter to someone who's never going to read it. The whole point of writing the apology letter, as it was explained what we're doing there, and as I came to realize, was to jumpstart or to create a little bit of healing between both people, between the victim's family as well as myself. I didn't see the importance of healing within myself because I continued to beat myself up for the bad decisions I made and the actions that I took. And I think I probably hold myself a lot more accountable than even you people do. I don't mean you people, I mean the state and society. But then I just kind of turned a point and I realized that by being able to write this letter and make the changes that he was asking me to make over time, was really asking me to go a little bit more in depth into who I was and to be able to explain these things so that way, not only would the victim or whoever's going to read this letter understood it, but that I had a better understanding of myself and the remorse that was within. Does that make sense?
Yep, it does. So it's less about your desire to write a letter, more about like there's specific steps that you have to go through in order to participate in that process. In the apology letter process.
Yes, yeah. There's several iterations that will come back to us.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Certainly.
Yeah, I think that's probably the only question I had. I do, and I know Commissioner Schnell already asked you about it, so I won't re-ask the question. So I'll ask a different question again. So I know you've done tons of programming. I think I saw you've done Thinking for a Change and probably some of the other cognitive behavioral stuff. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Because I too am a little surprised seeing all of the progress and then seeing some of that disciplinary stuff, and even hearing you talk a little bit about it. There's almost a hint of justification in it. So I want you to be aware. You like that? I hear that, whether or not it's intended. That I hear that. So I want you to be aware, and that's not to take anything away from all the really good stuff you've done. Your packet was fantastic. Your writing is phenomenal, like really, really nicely done. And so I commend you on that. And I think to me, it certainly appears as though you've put a great deal of time, effort, and energy into that. So I just encourage you, don't let all of that good work go by the wayside by falling back into thinking errors, thinking distortions, and little tiny justifications that can cause problems for you.
Thank you for pointing that out. I mean, that's what I appreciate, is being able to show where my flaws are, because if I can't see them, then how can I repair them? So I appreciate that.
Sure.
Mr. Torres, sorry, thank you. Mr. Torres, in your letter, and I agree, it seems to have a lot of substance to it. I'm a little confused about a couple of areas. You said building upon the Native American culture and education project, I was able to expand it into a 3-month course that has had a marked impact on the reduction in recidivism amongst the Native community. Can you explain that, how you've measured the reduction in recidivism and what the 3-month course is and who's taking it? You did to create it?
Absolutely. I wish I had the statistical numbers that go along with it. It was something that I was informed by Chaplain Linda Lee. She was pivotal in helping get this project started down in Lino Lakes. John Goodman created the program, and I was fortunate enough to be a part of it in the very beginning of it and taking the course and being able to revise it to make it into something that is documentable was incredibly awesome, for lack of a better word. And it comes because of all my education. I'm able to help develop this. The course pretty much helps other brothers that didn't necessarily grow up in the cultural way to understand the caveats that we as Native American people should have instilled within us that have been lost along the way. Such things such as honor and responsibility, loyalty and heart and truth, and living in an honest way, living in a good way, understanding how to live harmoniously within the community that you're in, as well as walking a good path in the world. We talk about a lot of our history. We have to talk about the bad things that happen in history in order to understand them, in order not to continue to move forward by having this hatred in our heart. You can't continue to blame the things in the past for what's happening to you now. You have to make the absolute choice to make those decisions to be better, to acknowledge that it happened, and to make sure that it doesn't happen again.
Did you teach this course, Mr. Torres, or what? I don't understand what your specific role was. I understand that it was at another institution. It was created by John Goodman, but I don't understand what you've done to further that and how you've measured the recidivism, or how the recidivism has been measured.
Absolutely. I now teach the course. I teach the course here. I'm on my 3rd iteration up here, and we're in the middle of it right now. As far as being able to measure the recidivism, I don't have the metrics of it. I didn't actually do the measurements of it, but I can say from demonstration, from conversations from other men that are in other prisons, that the men have been a part of these groups that we host have not come back as consistently as they once did. Many of them have steered away from the drugs and the alcohol, have actually taken the initiative to get involved in rehab programs out in the world to make sure that they could continue to walk this way, because they now understand integrally and within inside themselves who they are as Native American people and their place in this world. And it's really quite a beautiful thing to see these changes in these men.
How long is this course?
It is 12 weeks as of right now. 12 weeks, yes.
And are you the sole teacher?
At this point in time, it's myself as the main facilitator. And then I have 2 other men that that are my co-facilitators, who I'm hoping will pick up the feather, for lack of a better word, in order to keep continuing and continue to develop it into something more and more as each iteration becomes more impactful.
And how many are in each class?
The initial one, when I first got here, we had 8 guys, because it was one of those things that kind of just went by the wayside with nobody here who actually knew how to teach it. And then my last class that I graduated was upwards of 15 guys. Right now I have 16 men. And I just want to make it clear that I don't close this class just to Native Americans. We have a couple of white guys in there that are also taking part of it. And it's a wonderful thing to see their recognition and just blossoming in their acceptance. And it's just incredible. I don't know any other way to say that.
I would just add, you know, we've seen this program has really grown dramatically. It started at Lino, as was mentioned, with Chaplain Lee and Mr. Goodman developing it, and then really has mushroomed across the system. And it's really been well received.
Okay, thank you. I'm not familiar with it. You also mentioned in that same letter that you've kind of turned to a life of service. And that's one of the values that you now have. But you also mentioned in that same paragraph that you're concerned about overcompensating. Could you discuss what your concern is?
As I mentioned earlier, I think I hold myself to a higher standard and a higher level of guilt for the things that I've done in my past, particularly with this murder, that I know that there is no way to make it right or to make amends for it. But I think that I will always try to do the best I can with what I have. And sometimes I might overreach, like I might neglect my family in order to make sure that I can do X, Y, and Z. So these people over here are okay and those people over there are safe. That's kind of what I meant by that. It's like I might overwork myself and exhaust myself to make sure that these good deeds are accomplished and not take care of myself internally. Does that make sense?
Thank you for clarifying. Thank you for clarifying that. I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
I had one just follow-up question. So, am I understanding correct? Are you currently in a carpentry training program, or have you completed that? I'm looking at your kind of your resume or your packet. Are you currently enrolled in a carpentry training program?
No, I completed that, and
Okay.
I'm now the chaplain's clerk. So I help the chaplain with facilitation of what needs to be done in the chapel with all the various religious groups that we have here.
Okay, so from a vocational perspective, you've done carpentry. Are there other vocational things that you're wanting to accomplish?
I would love to accomplish whatever's available to me, to be honest with you. Like I said, I'm the overachiever of it. As far as vocational, I have computers and I have plumbing. I also have electrical hours, and then I have all my college degrees. But carpentry was going to be the next step. But I had given my word to the chaplain that I would come and work for him as soon as I had finished general construction. I
Okay.
kind of like to keep my word.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Could I just ask one follow-up, sort of related, but
Sure.
so you took the LSAT.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so in terms of your future goals, are they in the area of VOTEC or are they in the area of academics?
If I'm being honest, I would love to get out and get into the construction field to try and help build up some of the communities that have fallen to the wayside. I think that would be really rewarding because then I could leave behind something good and lasting in place of what I've done in my past. But along those lines, I'd also like to be involved with a little bit of mentorship and trying to revitalize our community at the same time.
Thank you.
Just one on the. Were you in PFA? Did you come out of PFA?
I did.
Or you did? Okay. What was that? Was that related? What was that related to?
What are you asking?
Did you complete PFA? You did the whole program?
No, I fell 3 weeks short.
Okay.
Because I had gone to SEG.
Oh, because of that.
Yeah, because of the pizza incident.
Yeah.
Yes. But while I was in PFA, I was the class captain and I was able to make sure that our class was successful for every quarter. So there was competitions that we had that went from memorizations to hosting events to actually performing biblical skits. And class 77 was victorious throughout the entirety of that.
On the side of were you also involved? Did you do an electrical program or like apprenticeship type of thing? Were you involved in that?
Yes. Yes.
Is that
I was
at where was that at Lino?
Lino Lakes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I think I have over almost 1,500 hours of apprenticeship hours accumulated as an electrician while at Lino. And then there's another 12 or 1,300 accumulated as a plumber in Stillwater. Having been able to work under, both of them had master electricians and master plumbers.
All right. Before the board, well, at this point, I'll turn to your brother, your advocate here. And just, first of all, I want to say thank you for being here today, but I want to open the floor to you to provide your thoughts regarding the changes you've seen in your brother over the course of time.
What do you mean? I used to look up to him when I was younger. As like he said, he was the basically leader. He had everything everybody wanted, and he helped me out when I was struggling. But then bad decisions happened, and then we got separated. And as of recently, this is my second time up here, but we communicated and seems to going in a positive way from before when he came in. It was a role he was trying to play that he's got everything. He's got everything everybody wants, and everybody wants to be like him. But now he's more into helping out everybody and not wanting to be that head honcho person. So it's kind of like you said earlier, the spectrum changed. It's not all about him anymore. It's about helping out other people.
When did you notice that change, over the course of time? In 27 years, like, was there a time when it became more obvious that he was on a different path?
We had stopped communicating for a while because he said he had to do his own thing, and life was slow inside and didn't want to be dragging me down. So I went a different path and didn't communicate with him for very long. And then our mom passed, and so we got in connection again. And just talking to him on the phone, I could tell it was different. He wasn't the take charge kind of guy. He's like just listening to what's going on in the real world and what's going on in my life and the rest of the family's life. He wanted to know about us, and it wasn't all about him.
Who is older here?
He is.
Yeah, okay. All right. All
I
right.
just got no hair.
All right. Well, I just want to say how much I appreciate you being here to support them, and also I think just the story, right, of the disconnection and reconnection and what you see changed in him is helpful. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate you being here. Mr. Torres, before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you for a final comment.
Okay, thank you. I would just like to ask that, having had this conversation and being able to see who I am now, that the mistakes of my past, while they're not to be erased or overlooked, not to judge too harshly, because I've done what I could up to this time to make amends to give back rather than continue to take from the community and from my family and from friends and those who are around me. I'm no longer that 23-year-old guy who needs to be on top of the world. I don't need to have the shiny cars and the most money in my pocket. I work a 25-cent an hour job, and I'm just fine. I can get by with what I have. I don't feel the need to be in competition or to prove myself to anybody anymore. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. I don't feel the need to prove myself to those who ideals are different than mine. If you have something that wants to live in the dark side of the world, then feel free to go do that. You can go do that. But hey, maybe look at this. It makes me feel good to know that I make a difference in other people's lives now. In the service that I'm able to do, whether it's among my brothers or whether it's within my family, or whether it's just some guy walking down the hall that I see is hungry, he's like, here, here's a noodle, man. That makes me feel good. Before, when I was the guy that was taking, that made me feel good. Now that I'm the guy that's giving, that makes me feel incredible. And I hope that some of what I've done dims what I was, because I think I have a brighter light to shine forward as I move forward, and that the family is able to see that I'm not that guy anymore. I'm not the one who just causes pain and havoc. I don't want to be that guy anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. And at this time, I'm going to close that portion of the discussion. During board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open this to the board for discussion and next steps.
I move that we deny parole, continue the matter for 3 years to May 9th, 2029. And that the conditions be that he continue with vocational training and maintaining an active role in cultural heritage. And that he adhere to the rules, work with the case manager to develop additional programs and expand his social network and identify risk factors for relapse.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
Well, I'll second, but I would like to just add, I'd just like to add to that. I think he really intellectualizes, and I don't feel like there's a lot of empathy there. And so I don't know what the course work would be, but I think the programming just to really downsize that intellectual part and raise up empathy and humility would be important, because I think that could trip him up down the road.
I take that as a friendly amendment.
Thank you.
So yours was a second.
Mhm.
So there's a motion and a second. Further discussion. Let me just ask about move here. Is there any desire to look at a move on the basis of where we hook something to another transition? So I'm wondering what people's thoughts are, or is that something you'd like to see the outcomes of some of these program stuff before that would occur?
Are you thinking minimum?
Yeah, just I'm
specifically?
wondering, raising that as a question, and it wouldn't have to be out of the chute, but it could be conditioned upon an if then do X in order to get Y.
You know, I'm not strongly opposed, but I have a concern. I think we all might about the discipline. You know, it's like he does some really great things, but then he sneaks this in, you know, it's that kind of contraband stuff. That's the concern I have. So I'm not yay or nay. I'd be interested in what others think.
That was kind of where I was at too, you know, before the motion was even made. That's where my head went, is because I agree. Like before, I would want to see any sort of transition to minimum. Like I want to see discipline free, not discipline with some justification behind it. Like that I just don't want to hear that. I want to see discipline free. Whether that, you know, if to Commissioner's point, I mean, if you're talking like in, you know, 2 years, you know, a paper review sort of thing. I mean, if that's what you're referencing, I too wouldn't be opposed to that. But again, I'm not the motion maker. So yeah, so take that for what it's worth.
I think one of the reasons I asked the question was in part, and I think what you said makes a ton of sense, that I wouldn't want to just say, you know, in a year you can move, but it's that sense of like, how do we continue to, I think, issue that carrot, and at the same time have high expectations that we should be able to have on somebody who is at this stage. So something like a paper review could be one of the options. I just want to raise it because I'd like to see, him have some clarity about what that is, or get feedback in terms of what's happening, and to be able to monitor and see how things are moving.
I just want to clarify, if it's a file review for step down only, those become more of a responsibility for you alone and not the board. So I certainly could do that check and inform you if that works, if that's what you decided to do.
I think, one of the things in these cases, I appreciate that, and because I think, the commissioner can still meet, has some of those step down things, but given the fact that this is really a board decision, I really feel like creating some connection and given the concerns that I think as you said, Bray, I think we all have those concerns about these little kind of insidious things, right, that are concerning. And at the same time, we see so much like a really exceptional plan, really, and almost like academically, quality kind of stuff. And yet that's not what we're really, that's not the concern. It is these other things.
Mhm.
So, and I guess it would be nice for him to, recognizing that I won't be here, but a part of that, but I think just to be able to have some level of feedback, without a review, and maybe it is a file review, and it's a question for the board in 2 years or something like that. I'm adding stuff here without, there's a motion that's active, but just wanted to see what people's thoughts are on that.
I would accept that as a friendly amendment. 2-year review by the board.
By the board, and just to do it as a paper file, because that way, you could just assess where he's at against this list of things. That was added as a friendly amendment and accepted. Any other further discussion? Hearing none. To the motion, Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead,
Yes.
Schnell votes yes. So Mr. Torres, you've heard the discussion, you've heard, I hope, and I do not want to minimize, I hope you've heard the positive here, because there's a plethora of them. And I also just want to say that one of the things I just want to note is I appreciate, and I hope that you look at this in the same light that you look at the feedback that you got from Board Member Larson. Where he talked about that, and you thanked him for pointing it out, and it's something for you to continue to look at. And it is that, sometimes a person's smarts can get, kind of in between the personal stuff. Or it could be a challenge that you don't want to go there, and I respect that too, but it's something that I think, as Board Member Bray points out, if it's all cerebral, then things can get missed. And I think that's really what the hope is here, that insight can be gained on that side. Any questions about any of this?
What exactly is it that you're deciding? What is the motion and paper review?
So what this would be is that we deny parole because you're not eligible yet, right, for 3 more years.
Okay.
That we said in these, continuing your training or whatever, work you're doing or programming that you can be involved in, remain discipline free, work on broadening some of that social network, and that may include on the outside. Engage in programming, whether that's for restorative justice or elsewhere, where you really get at some of that more empathy stuff and insight stuff, and your intellect how you don't intellectualize some of that, and remain discipline free. And what the board's saying is that in 2 years, they would do a file review, which would essentially be a report that would come from case management, from the facility, the PRT, back through HRU here, and then the board would review that and could at that point in time, depending upon what they see, make a decision to move you down to minimum.
Okay.
So it's really about, there's a hook here. And so really want you to dig deep and do what you need to do. I have no doubt that you can do that.
Yeah.
But it will be, what happens next will really in 2 years will be dependent upon that file review and the work you do over the next couple.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate
All right.
that.
All right, thank you, and good luck to you. We will get you a letter that will explain all this as well.
All right, thank you.
Take care.
You too.
Yeah.
It's on the four of us this time.
Mr. Crutchfield,
Yes.
you can hear me all right?
Yep.
All right, wonderful, thank you. Good afternoon, Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We're here today to review Gary Crutchfield, who's participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional in Fairhope. Is your mother present online?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful, and you can hear us okay, Ms. Crutchfield?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Christine Bray, Cheryl Ramstead,
Okay.
and Andrew Larson.
See, that's the lady right there.
Our records indicate that on October 2nd of 1987, Gary Crutchfield entered the apartment of 71-year-old Mary Cruz with the intent of stealing from her. While in the apartment, he forcibly raped her, causing her to have a heart attack. On December 24th of 1987, Gary Dwayne Crutchfield was sentenced to life for murder first degree in Ramsey County District Court. Mr. Crutchfield has been previously reviewed by a commissioner and advisory panel and continued for a future review each time. Today's review by the board represents his 6th review after serving approximately 39 years of incarceration. Mr. Crutchfield's minimum parole eligibility date occurred on August 25th of 2004. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner.
Mr. Crutchfield, how are you today?
Not bad. How are you doing?
All right. I'd like to start out by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
Well, I'd like to go home. I've been locked up for 39 years. I was 19 years old when I came in. I've done quite a bit in terms of rehabilitation. So that's what I would like to see.
Can you talk about the things that you have done and how you've changed over the last 39 years?
Yes, I ended up getting my GED, ended up going to college. I got my AA degree. I ended up going to St. Cloud Business School and got a accounting clerk degree. I was a tutor in Oak Park Heights, Stillwater for a bit, and St. Cloud. I helped start a young offenders group up in St. Cloud, help with the psychologists, helping young offenders adjust to coming to prison for the first time, being away from loved ones and things of that nature. I've also helped start the Straight Talk program up in St. Cloud when Pat Adair was there, where we talked to juveniles and young offenders about making better choices and trying to get them to understand that it takes less than 10 seconds to make a choice where you can ultimately find themselves in the position that I was in. Also, at that time, I've been involved in, I've taught critical thinking initially when it originally came from Canada. It was called the Ross program. So I taught that, and then they end up changing it to critical thinking class. And so I've also taken that class as well. So changing lifestyles, the lifers groups. I've been involved in everything. I was a coordinator in Atlantis treatment program. So I've pretty much done it all.
One of the programs that was mandated was SO treatment.
Right.
And that has been a struggle, right?
Well, no, and that's the thing I wanted to say that the information that they got in this lifer book is wrong. I've never gotten kicked out of or terminated from treatment. I end up going to SEG for something outside of treatment.
And, cause I was never suspended either, so I don't know, where they got that. And, my therapist at the time was, Pam Stansfield. And, so I don't know where they got that I was terminated or, suspended, because I never was suspended, I never was terminated. I ended up going to SEG on something outside of treatment. And, so I guess that's probably what they use is. you
Yeah,
know, being terminated.
I'm sure that was
Yeah.
it. What are your thoughts about doing or completing SO treatment?
Well, my thing was this, I told them that, I didn't have no problem. I've been telling them for actually all the way back to, Joan Fabian that, I don't have a problem going. But they wouldn't send me. Matter of fact, I stated it to you on June 9th of 2020. And they still haven't sent me, because Joan Fabian told me at the time it was my responsibility to tell these staff to send me, the caseworker to send me down there. And I've been telling every caseworker ever since, and they refused to send me down. And also too, I told you about the every time I became eligible, they would turn around and start writing bogus reports just to make it seem like I was struggling or whatever. So, and I also stated this when I talked to Ken Carlson in 2020, when I saw Joan Fabian, that I thought that there may have been at the time, a conspiracy, because they just started writing reports and reports and reports and reports. And Commissioner, all I do is stay in my room and mind my business, try to stay out of trouble.
One of the challenges is that there's these periods of time where you do seemingly very well, and then there's times when you become, this is my word, not anybody else's, seemingly more like aggressive.
Well, I mean, I can respect your assessment, but I think I'm more like, I'm cool until, someone makes me not cool. I don't go out starting trouble. I don't go out, picking at people or whatever. I try to be respectful and kind to everyone. But it seems like, in this environment, they like to, poke the bear when you don't, when they seem like you're weak or whatever, they like to try to poke the bear. So I'll speak up and let them know that, hey, I'm not, it's not my first rodeo. I've been down a minute. I've made some changes in my life and I'm trying to do things differently. And one of them is how I choose to deal with conflict today is not how I deal with conflict before.
And so how do you manage it today?
Well, my thing is, like I say, I always try to step up and be the bigger person, no matter what the incident is. And, because I know that in a situation, there can always be, is always two people. And so I know that since I'm one of a part of it, I know I can control my outcome. So, and if I could, kind of, let me see if I could calm the situation down by stepping up, being the bigger man, then I'll do so.
So let me just go to give me an example here.
Okay.
So this is March of 2025, so just over a year ago.
Right.
You were moving living units.
Right.
Not understandably, didn't necessarily like that decision. You kind of were given, being told the work order would be submitted or you could refuse placement. And your response was, yeah, I'm ready to F this place up. Is that Was that just like a flip comment? Where does that come from?
I'm actually kind of glad you brought that up because I didn't make that comment. And if you notice, I took it to a hearing and I requested that they show the body camera footage. But not only with that incident, but also there was an incident that happened right after that. And I also filed a complaint with the ombudsman and tried to get them to look at the body camera footage, but no one would look at the body camera footage because it would clearly show that I've never made any of those statements that was made in the reports that they wrote was totally false. And so that's on record. But I was trying to get them to look at those body camera footages, but they wouldn't do it because that would ultimately that's an example of what's been taking place ever since I saw Cheryl Ramstead in 2001 on September 11th. These staff writing bogus reports, and if you notice, I've always taken every last one of them to a hearing because they've been false. But I couldn't prove it other than, their word against mine. But at this time, I finally got it on video camera, on their body camera footage, but they would not look at it.
So this whole notion of the conspiracy of people setting you up has been a little bit of a chronic theme.
Right.
Why you? Why would the system go after Gary Crutchfield?
Well, a lot of these people knew me or their family knew me on the streets, and we've had altercations on the streets, verbally, physically, and now that these people's friends and family are in these positions, it's been revenge. And that goes the same way with the detective in my case, Sergeant Gillespie. I beat his son up twice on the streets. And if you notice, he's been at every parole hearing. These are personal issues, and because I don't conduct myself like that, I'm a very respectful person, and I follow rules, laws, policies, and procedures. And they try to make me look like I just have no regard, and that's not true.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that the record indicates you have no regard.
Yeah.
I would say that the record does indicate that you have some disregard for some things, and that you have regarded that as a conspiracy against you.
Well,
if you were to be released, how do you think you would fare in the community?
I was telling I would be just fine. Because I stay up on my current events and I work hard. So I think that if I was let up out of here, the only thing I would have a problem with, and it wouldn't necessarily be a problem, is just getting back familiar with technology like I was prior to moving to Stillwater, because when I was in St. Cloud, I was on computers daily, so just a little touch up here and there, but I make it just fine.
And how do you think you will manage conflict out there when you've struggled in some instances to manage it on the inside?
Well, I mean, I've avoided a lot of it. And if I'm in situations that I can't get out of, I know how to cope. So until I can get myself to a place where I can, no longer have a problem with it.
What would be your release plan if you were to release?
I'd like to go back home, because I was only in Minnesota 3 months prior to being incarcerated. Well, I know I'm done, John.
And last question from me. Two questions, actually.
Right.
One is what's your reaction or response to the assessment that you maintain at least kind of a higher risk, a moderate to high risk of future violence, and
Yeah,
what's your reaction to that?
yeah, I 100% disagree. If you look at my MnSTAR score, it's it's the lowest of pretty much any lifer. I wasn't, when I was out there, I was working in the first place. I wasn't, causing, running around causing problems and doing all types of stuff. I don't have no real history of getting in trouble. If you look at, even when I went to Totem Town and when I was 12 years old and I was a juvenile, that 5 months of intervention, was enough to keep me out of any trouble up until this situation occurred. So I don't see myself having any type of struggles. I'm willing to work. I work hard. You can ask anybody. I've always been a hard worker. So
All right. Last question then is, as it relates to your mental health,
right.
talk about do you believe that there is work that needs to be done here or could be done here to help address mental health issues?
Well, it's like I told that lady before, I never had any mental health issues and if I did, I would have no problem seeking them. I've been down for 39 straight years, and I've never needed to see a psychologist. I've never needed to take any medication. I was always active and involved in helping other people deal with their situations, and so I never needed it. But if I did need it, I wouldn't have a problem reaching out.
Okay. I would just challenge you to think that through, because I don't see that kind of as part of your pattern on the inside.
Right.
I would think what we would see on the inside, we would see on the outside. And so I don't see you, like when you are struggling with something, I don't see you seeking out that help. So I'll just leave it there. With that, I'd open this up to other board members for questions you may have for Mr. Crutchfield.
Mr. Crutchfield, so one thing I noticed in your packet, and I'll be honest, your packet reads very different from many of the packets that I've reviewed. And what I mean by that is many times we see people not participate in a lot of programming early, and then their participation grows the longer they're there. Yours is almost the exact opposite. Lots of programming involvement earlier, much of which you reference, which is fantastic. Like, if I would look back in time, it would look like you were absolutely trending in the right direction towards potential release from your sentence. And then once, I think the initial participation in the SO program, and at least in the packet or the PRT meeting, it sounded like, or what I interpret is, once you were reaching the first life of review, then your participation started to stop and some of the programmatic difficulties developed. Do you have any insight into that?
Well, I'd like to say this, and I'd like to be honest about it. When I initially saw Cheryl Ramstead Voss on September of 2001. Everything in my lifer book, everything that I had in my lifer book was in there, right? And I completed everything. And when after that, they sent me down to, I had to be discipline free for 2 years. I did that. They sent me down to Lino Lakes. Once I got down to Lino Lakes, I was in aftercare. Holly Peterson was my aftercare therapist. She sat me down. She told me, this is your out date, August 12th of 2004. I'm going to transition you to this out date. A month later, they moved Warden Roberts to Rush City, right? And Dave Chris came down there. They moved me out of that group and put me in Jason's group. Once they put me in Jason's group, everything started going downhill. So I threatened to write Cheryl Ramstead a letter. And I told him, hey, I need to go over here to SOTP to get this assessment done. And they wasn't gonna send me. So I threatened to write Cheryl Ramstead a letter. Once I threatened to write her the letter, they had me moving in the snow the next morning. Once I got over there, I sat down with my therapist, Pam Stansfield, and there was some discrepancies between what took place. I was telling them the description that was on the criminal complaint, right? Pam Stansfield had me sign these papers to get the transcripts from Ramsey County. And so I signed them, they came back. Pam Stansfield, Jim Berg, and Tara Osborne called me in the office when they received them that day and had me read the paper. And it said that the lady died of a heart attack while taking a bath, not while being raped. So from that point on, when Dave, Chris, and Stein and Benson them got word of that, that's when they started writing all those bogus reports. And that's how I ended up getting, they put me out of treatment. Or it was cold, covering up in the room, it was cold. And so it just a lot of things outside of treatment. But while I was in treatment, everything was going very, very well. I was the top peer in the program. I had that paperwork as well that I put in my 2005 hearing, which Benson was the acting commissioner at the time. But if you notice on the paper, they forged Joan Fabian's signature on that paper. And Joan Fabian wasn't in office till 2007. And he went in and changed all the paperwork, or everything that Cheryl Ramstead put in my file. Benson changed it at that time. And ever since then, this is when all these things have been taking place. It's not because I haven't been trying to put my best foot forward, but they would not let me get involved in positive programming. It got to the point where I had to go to church when I got to Rush City, so that could be a positive programming. So it's not, but I even wrote to psychologists and tried to start programs. So it's not like I haven't been trying to get involved in these things. They wouldn't let me they stopped letting me work. I didn't get a chance to work till I got to Oak Park Heights, and I started working in the canteen.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is you are willing to do the required SOTP programming because obviously that's a big one. I don't even think we couldn't parole you if we wanted to with that unmet treatment objective. So what I'm hearing you say is you are willing to participate in that program as a directive.
Sir, I've been trying to complete that program ever since Cheryl Ramstead sent me back in 2001. They would not let me go back to the program. They would not let me do the program. In fact, they have destroyed all the paperwork that was at the program that proved everything that I've been saying.
Okay.
The only paperwork that they put forth now is the paperwork that makes me look like I'm a monster. But everything you can even verify it. by talking to my therapist, Pam Stansfield.
Mr. Crutchfield, can I just ask a question to build on this? Just
Right.
because I'm a little bit confused.
I'll
So,
go to tomorrow.
okay, let me just ask this question.
Yes.
Did you commit a sexual offense?
No.
That's the problem right there, because you cannot be in treatment without acceptance of responsibility.
And that's why when Pam Stansfield got that paperwork from the county, it said the same thing. And that's why when I was down at Lino Lakes, ECRC wouldn't accept me either, because they said he didn't have a sex offense.
That's not, I don't believe that that's what
Well,
they
that's
said.
what I was told, and that's what the paperwork that I was given by by Pam Stansfield.
Okay.
In her office, in Jim Berg's office.
I don't think it is not their role to make a determination whether or not you were involved in a sexual offense.
Right.
It is the determination of the court.
Right, but when they go to, I'm assuming when they go to fill out the stuff, there's criteria you have to meet in order for them to assign a level or whatever. And if I didn't meet the criteria, it was hard for them to assign a level, I'm assuming, because they that's
They
what
wouldn't do a
said.
risk level assignment until release
Yeah.
at this stage. Their role is to make determinations about whether or not a person requires treatment in the early stages.
Yeah, but like I said, Commissioner, I've been trying to go ever since I saw you and saw them before you. I'll go Monday morning. I'm trying to go home. I should have been home a long time ago. I'll go Monday morning.
Yeah, I think the challenge here is that in order to do treatment, there's kind of an if then, and and that really is that they're doing treatment. SO treatment requires acknowledgement of responsibility. Otherwise, you're not treating the underlying offense behavior.
Right, but I was just doing just fine down there until they wrote me up for being cold, and they sent me to Rush City. They wrote me up and sent me out of the institution for being cold because I covered up, and they came by for a count, and it was 6:30 in the morning verification count, and I was covered up because it's cold in the room, and they sent me to Rush City. And Robin Goldman, who was the director at the time, I sent her a kite while I was in SEG, and I said, hey, they wrote me up for because it was cold. She said, don't worry about it. She says, when you get out, you come right back over there, and if they happen to send you up out of here, I'll have you back in Lino Lakes in 3 months. It's been 20 years later, and they still haven't sent me back. So it's not like I was a failure in the program. I was doing very, very well.
Have you participated in like other cognitive behavioral programs, whether it's thinking for change or decision points or any of those other sorts of things?
I've completed all that.
How about more recently?
I've completed some of everything. As of recent, they haven't allowed me to do anything, but
Okay.
well,
I don't have any more questions for you.
All right, I'm going to turn now to Ms. Crutchfield. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate that. And I'd like to open the floor to you to provide your thoughts regarding the changes you've seen in your son over the course of time.
Well, I can't say I've seen changes because I haven't seen him in a long time, but from talking to him, I think he would be able to live a normal life. I think he'd learn a lesson.
When you've had those conversations over the course of time, what gives you that sense that he's in a different place?
Well, because I think he's just tired of being in here, and I think because of that, he won't do anything else. I think he'll get a job, go to and become a decent citizen.
Okay.
Anybody with any sense would, after staying in here 30 years, would never want to do anything.
Do you see any areas that you think that he may still benefit from working on?
That he would need to what?
Work on.
Work
Benefit
on.
from working on?
Oh, well, he's pretty strong-minded. But I don't know if it's any working on that, because even the ones that's outside, some of them is pretty strong-minded. So, but yeah, he's pretty strong-minded.
For that, and thank you for that. Thank you for being here. Mr. Crutchfield,
Yep.
before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you for any final comments.
Yeah, initially when I came in here, because I read through my my lifer book, and it's gutted from the lifer book that I presented to Cheryl Ramstead. I've had letters in there from Hennepin County judges, from treatment personnel, staff at Sock Center Juveniles. I've had letters from kids who I've talked to. I've had letters from professors from my college who said that, if I got out today, they would give me a job working in their accounting firm. These are just some of the things that my transcripts, my transcripts from college, my transcripts from the business college, summa cum laude, the dean's list every quarter. All this stuff has been gutted from the original book that was presented to Cheryl Ramstead in 2001. And the reason why it was gutted is because they wanted to make me look bad, because they don't want me out. Why? And it's because it's personal. Because I've done everything that I presented to Cheryl Ramstead was enough for anyone to be let out when that date was ultimately given in August 12th of 2004. And so, I was initially, when I came in here, I was gonna call for an investigation, because I felt that this is a travesty, but I didn't, and I allowed this to go on because, I saw Cheryl Ramstead on the board, so, but, that's pretty much it. Like I said, I'm willing to do whatever it is because, I'm the longest serving lifer that's been the most productive.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
I'm gonna, without seeking a response, I'm gonna challenge that a little bit, because I hear a lot of that stuff of like, comparing yourself to others and, been released and longest serving person. And I just want to challenge some of that because that's not entirely accurate. So just,
well,
I just want to leave it at that. So
I understand that, but the only reason why I said it is because, in the last hearing, in that hearing that I saw Cheryl Ramstead, Eric Scott said, we hate to compare, but in this situation, we must. And so I just figured that this was fitting for that time.
okay, well, that's some time ago. So anyway, with that, we'll close this out, and I'm going to turn this over to the board for discussion and deliberation and next steps. And during discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions.
Okay.
With that, I'll open this to the board for discussion and next steps.
Well, I feel like this is a really difficult situation, and it's gone on for a long time, and I don't see a way around it, so I'm gonna recommend deny parole conditions as soon as he gets into sex offender treatment and sees a psychiatrist. Then I think it could come back to us. Otherwise, I would say continue for 5 years.
Okay, there is a motion of denial with 5-year continuance, conditioned upon completion of sex offense specific treatment and some engagement with behavioral health psychiatry. Is there a second?
I would just ask for clarification if I could. Chris, were you had mentioned the treatment. Are you suggesting, or is the motion just a straight 5 years, or is there an off ramp if they're successful? Like, so if he successfully completed treatment, can send a letter to the warden, come back earlier. Is that what you're saying, or just straight 5 years?
No, that's actually what I was saying. If he were to complete sex offender treatment and we knew that and it happened sooner than 5 years, then I'd say we see something. We review it or he comes back.
Okay, thank you for that. I would second that motion.
Okay, there is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I would just say that, you know, standard in this would be that he remain discipline free. And I know that has been somewhat of an issue, but I think if conflict develops and those sorts of things and it can't be managed, I can get concerned about what happens on the outside. So I would really just want to make sure that that's crystal clear, that he do that. And I would certainly encourage his involvement in, you know, restorative justice. I just as a aside that, you know, that when that would be available to him, it would be something that I think, you know, he could potentially benefit from.
And I know Chris mentioned the mental health, and I know he says like he doesn't need it. I would really encourage him to explore some counseling to see if perhaps another voice might, or a different voice maybe is a better way of putting it, might you know, have some impact and maybe help him to see you know, some thought patterns or maybe some distorted thinking that could potentially be tripping him up. So I would just really encourage that part.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to the motion. Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead.
Yes.
Schnell votes yes. Mr. Crutchfield, that you've had the chance to hear this, and there's a 5-year continuance with the caveat that could be done much sooner by you engaging and being involved in and completing sex offender treatment and being engaged with behavioral health, as Mr. Larson just described and as Board Member Bray described. And then there's also that expectation that you would remain discipline free. And if you can complete those things, behavioral health, SO treatment, and remaining discipline free, you can petition through the warden or your case manager to request an earlier appearance before the board. So it's a little bit of that carrot, right? We really want you to see that complete that treatment program. Now, what's going to be necessary for that is, I think, is something that I would like to have the treatment staff talk with you about, because I don't want to set it up saying, well, I went. But you know, what's required in terms of that treatment is going to be something that you're going to need to at least have full level of awareness of. because otherwise it's gonna be a failure, and I don't wanna see that happen for your sake and for anyone's. So, so we'll have some SO staff, reach out and contact you and talk with you about, treatment requirements. Any questions about this?
I've been trying to get back to Lino Lakes ever since I spoke to you the last time.
Yeah.
To get this done. Is there any way you can expedite it or?
Yeah,
or-
we will reach out to SO treatment staff and have them connect with you, and then, you know, we can look at trying to move that forward as quickly as possible, assuming that all of the conditions are there. So yes, we have some ability to influence that. Yes.
Yeah, because like I said, I've been reaching out for decades trying to get down there, and they refuse to send me down there. And
Yeah.
so
And I just think you need to think about like what is going to be required in order for you to participate in that treatment program. And I think that may be some of the barriers that you've had. Because, you know, if you're denying any sexual offending period, then it's going to be very difficult to get into SO treatment program. I'm just,
right, but
there's nothing to treat, right? If that's the case.
well, I mean, I was doing pretty good down there until
Okay, well, we'll have the SO treatment personnel leadership reach out and evaluators and go from there. Okay,
Yep,
good luck to you, sir.
yep, thank you.
Is that your role as well?
Okay,
For them to
switch the room.
Mr. Crutchfield, is there a staff in the room there with you?
Yeah,
Okay. We just need to switch out then. Yeah.
yeah, they're gonna-
I think it's a circle.
Did you see all that? You probably did.
I did. Yeah. It's all.
Come back. That's nice.
Okay. Oh, you did.
I want to. Transition. I recognize from. From the guy who has his arm around the last. We heard. When did this transition? Yeah, there's two transitions. Yeah, this one is.
Fancy restaurant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
I screwed up and it was 2 o'clock. I thought it was
there. And recognized
That's
those
barrel.
people.
better. Yeah.
Who's Chris? Who is that? That's one of the people. I've heard of. Guy who's got the glasses and all that. Yeah.
I'll show you next time.
We've heard of him recently, right?
Yes, and he's come back a couple of times to speak on behalf. And his name, I almost would know.
I remember his face. Is he the one that had
Yes, ma'am.
friends, a female friend with him? Is he the one that had a female friend with him?
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you could see it. I think I was like.
See Ben Quee here this time.
Let me know if you need anything. I'll just head back up to K2 then after high school.
Appreciate
And I hear then.
I don't think she had a good. Maybe she did, and. it was
Hello.
that We just.
Are we ready for Mr. Span?
Yeah, you can bring him
I
in.
don't know.
Thank you.
That he's been there that long? Yeah. He's.
Thank you, everybody, for coming. I just want to let you know that our microphones in the ceiling are very, very sensitive. So if you even whisper, it interferes with them being able to hear and vice versa. So it's helpful if you can try not to make any noise.
Chair down there, Leanne.
Up and all that. But thank you again. If you're on a rolling chair on that hard floor, please be careful.
Thank you.
Great. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Spahn. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you very much. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. Here we are today to review Joseph Thomas Spahn, who's participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Faribault. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Christine Bray, Cheryl Ramstad, and Andrew Larson. Our records indicate on July 9th of 1995 in the city of Minnetonka, Minnesota, a store clerk, Marvin Nordine, was shot and killed during a robbery. On October 29th, 1996, Joseph Thomas Spahn was sentenced to life imprisonment by Hennepin County District Court after having been found guilty of first-degree murder. Mr. Spahn has been previously reviewed by a commissioner and advisory panel and the Supervised Release Board and was continued for a future review each time. On March 31st of 2023, Mr. Spahn was given the opportunity to transition to minimum custody. And on July 8th of 2025, he was transferred to the work release program. At his board review in January on the 13th of 2026, the board voted to grant parole in the next 60 to 90 days. However, on February 3rd of 2026, he was terminated from the work release program for multiple incidents of unaccountability and incidents of going to unauthorized locations. On February 18th of 2026, the hearing officer established by the preponderance of the evidence that Mr. Spahn violated his pre-parole conditions. Specifically, he failed to follow the rules of the work release program. The Commissioner of Corrections then revoked his conditional parole. Today's review represents the dispositional phase of your revocation. Thank you. I'll turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon. How are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
So can you talk a little bit about your understanding, your thinking about why we're here?
Sure. Well, for sure, it's to what Mrs. Larson said about my unaccountability movements and unauthorized locations. I know that as a part of my conditions of work release, it was my duty to follow those conditions, as far as wherever I am going on passes and things of that nature, to make sure that I am at those locations and to make sure whatever location I'm at, that that location is approved. And those were broken. And so I know that that was why a warrant was issued and I was brought back.
So I think, just to be like honest, I think we were all feeling super positive, right? January.
Sure.
And so what happened? Like, how do we go from like where, we celebrated, at some level, recognized the work that you had done, with, to grant, parole, some time out, and then have this occur? Like, was this a error in thinking? Was this, what drove this?
I mean, it literally just error in thinking. I think for the most part, like even in this moment now, it's easy to explain away or to try to explain away, why I did those things. I just know that the right thing would have been to do it out the gate, my decision making. It's no one's fault other than my own. They were my decisions. I gave myself a perspective of things are going well. I have my freedom, but I want more freedom. And I think that's kind of where my perspective began to get skewed, was feeling like I want more freedom, and I didn't take the time to understand that stay in the process. The process is here for a reason. And I jumped that process. And so, and I think once that ball rolled, it just continued to roll. No one said anything. And so I just assumed, well, then I'll just continue. And so that was definitely my error in thinking, in those choices.
You kind of got ahead of yourself.
For sure, yeah.
So there was the unaccountability, just not kind of getting approval to go where you're going, and a number of times. And then talk about the credit card and the tablet.
Yeah, sure. So the tablet, something that was ordered. So at the house that I was at, we are allowed to have tablets. They just have to be checked into the security desk. And so when I received the tablet was broken, and I never checked it into the security desk. It was ordered, it went through them, but I did not leave it there. And so you have to leave your tablet at the security desk, over your evening. And I never did that just because it didn't work. And my goal was to send it back, and I just never did. And so that was my fault in just not following through with it. The credit card should have never been in my possession. I should have left it where it was at, until a time came where I was allowed to have it on my possession. And so I just shouldn't have had it.
So in your view, where do you see us, going from here? I mean, this is the dispositional phase and related to the discipline, but it also comes up against, the parole decision that the board made in January.
For sure.
So how do we manage this in a way that, at the end of the day, based on what information we have, nobody's accusing you of doing horrible things in terms of when you were unaccountable. That said, the lack of accountability is just a demonstration, a lapse of that kind of erroneous thinking that, we just get concerned about, right, as you go. So, what is it that you think is a reasonable way for and I'll ask this question on my own behalf, not the board's behalf, but that you think would be a reasonable way to demonstrate the fact that we can expect you to stay with the process and go from there, as opposed to falling into the trap of, I think complacency was one of the references I had read where you had talked about, I think during maybe the hearing, where you got complacent.
So I guess, oh, I'm sorry. Continue.
No, how do we address that?
Yeah, so I think first I want to say to all of you that your decision to give me parole back in January was not in vain. And I do not take that for granted. I did not take it for granted when it was given to me. I am abundantly aware of how positive pretty much all of my hearings have been. And so I don't want you at all to take for granted my appreciation and my gratitude at having an opportunity to do these things and to move forward and to be a part of the community and things of that nature. It is always my goal to be the best I can be. That said, you know, obviously this was a demonstration of me not being the best that I could be. And I can give 100 million reasons as to why or what I could do or, you know, those things. But the truth of the matter is it's literally just about me saying I'm going to do the right thing. Part of that is obviously having a good support system. And I've been so fortunate and blessed to have a superb support system. And so for me, when I think of accountability, Commissioner, that's kind of what I think is being in a place where I know that there are individuals around who will kind of help check my thinking to make sure that I am, you know, within the process the right way and making, you know, the right choices. I know that being at RS Eden there was nothing negative about my experience there. I think the one thing I suffered from was not having more of those individuals that I had been accountable to over the years at that place with me.
Our peers.
Yeah, my peers, for sure. And so, not that I didn't see them, because when I went to my Circle of Peace groups, they were there. My Thursday night Salvation Army meeting, they were there. But I know that, you know, maybe if I'd have been, or maybe going forward, being at Damascus Way or a place where I know some of my peers are, that could be a means of me having that check there. So, but I'd also say that for what it's worth, like, this is not ever the position that I want to be in. This is not something that I suffer from. I've talked to men for decades about getting out of prison and coming back, you know, and so I'm looking that right in the face now. And so that is not what I want my path to be. That is not what it's going to be. So, you know, with all the other things being a part of the accountability partners and things, it's really me. It's really my decision and my choice to say that I'm not gonna violate the conditions of my release ever again, for any reason. So no matter what my perspectives are, it's really just about what the truth of the situation is. And so I know being on work release or ISR, there are conditions that we have to follow, and I will follow them to a T.
Thank you for that. I would just want to say this. For, you know, I appreciate that you're grateful to the board, but I think the board's role is really about trying to recognize the things that we saw, we heard, and in you and the work that you've done. And so it is at the end not about us, but about you. We do have the role of making a decision, which is not always a great place to be, and in some situations. But I think I'm just going to be really frank with you. When I was contacted by HRU, I was shocked.
For sure.
Not what I expected at all. And I don't mean to say this to shame you, because things happen and we're here. But I guess one of the questions I have is, the last question I would have, and is just, how do you, when you sit in the chair today, how do you feel about January to now. You know, what has that been like for you? When, I mean, I'm certain that there are people sitting in this room today that are here in part because they want to be supportive of you. And it's probably not the most comfortable conversation to have, right? When even though I really respect and appreciate the fact that you acknowledge and admit that you were not at your best here. How does it feel to be in this spot?
So I'm going to say two things. So the first being that I would have never imagined myself being back in a situation. And when I was, the one thing that was the most poignant and devastating to me was probably my mom's reaction. My mom and I have had a fantastic relationship my whole life. We're best friends. There's nothing we can't share with each other. And so her reaction was, it was immediate, it was intense, and it wasn't even expected, you know, but I understood it. I understood it in a way where it was just like, it was right in my face, you know, and those are moments you don't ever want to experience, you know, when you let somebody down that much. So with that being said, none of this to me compares to what I put her through.
I appreciate that so much. It reminds me of those days when I was a kid and I did something and my mom, who I deeply respect and admire, would be disappointed in me. And I would sometimes say, I wish she would just, whatever it was, because I didn't want to disappoint her. And so when you just described that, I know what you're talking about. With that, I just open it up to other board members.
I just wanted to ask, what were you doing in all those places? And you were working, right? So
Yes,
how
ma'am.
did that all work out with your job? Would it be after work?
So yes, absolutely. So during the week, we have to work. You have to work a 40-hour week in order to have your weekend passes at the halfway house that I was a part of. And so for me, you know, by Thursday, mid-Thursday of the week, you have to have your passes in that are going to occur for that weekend. And so going on the weekends, you know, that's when I would just go to a mall, to a movie, to a friend's place. Some of them were legitimate, but for sure, some of them were not. And so that's kind of how it was. I continued to be a part of, you know, the different groups that I was in and things of that nature. But at the same time, I was also taking other freedoms and liberties.
So when you went to friends, did they know that you weren't supposed to be there? Did your girlfriend know that you were doing this?
So in some cases, yes, some cases, no. My girlfriend, she did not know. I know in some, well, I'd say she didn't know, but I know in some parts she probably figured, yeah, he's probably not supposed to be here, but you know, but for the most part, she didn't know. My friends didn't know. And I think part of it was just in my mind, telling myself the story that, well, no one said anything, so it's okay. And so the way I presented to my friends is, oh, I'm fine, it's okay. And so they don't think anything of it because of that. So
thank you.
Other questions?
So actually kind of a follow-up to what you just said, who was supposed to say something?
So no, in my mind, it would have just been the halfway house. Because I'm on GPS monitoring. And so I know they monitor my locations. And so in my mind, no one's saying anything about why is he here or why is he there. But even in that, it didn't matter. I just shouldn't have been doing it in the first place. Shouldn't have needed anyone to say anything. So
Fair enough. Fair enough. So I know you've done tons of programming, so I suspect you've had to do thinking reports and those sorts of things. So if you had to do a thinking report in response to this incident, like what would it sound like? What were the thinking errors? Like where could you have intervened?
Yeah. Many times in many places. I think, I think first and foremost, it was, if there's something I can't do, then I can't do it. And if I have to be in this halfway house all day, then I'll have to be in this halfway house all day. So that should have been my first thought. I think if I wanted to go certain places or anything, I should have asked permission. I understand how important it is. You know, I signed my name to a contract saying that, you know, I would follow these conditions and these rules. And so my first thought should have been, well, if this is not a part of the contract and you don't have permission, then you just got to suffer through that. So for me, it was, you know, not stopping the thought of, well, I can get away with it and it's not hurting anyone. So, you know, I needed to really check that thought, and I didn't do that.
Fair enough. One just observation. You've come so far, and so when I read through it, like it reads to me as though you took your foot off the gas. All the progress you've made as far as you've come, you like the end was in sight, and you just took your foot off the gas. And I don't ever forget how far you've come and what's gotten you here. That doesn't, and I don't say that to mean wallow in it every day, but don't take your foot off the gas, because this is exactly the sort of stuff that will happen by you doing that. So just an observation for you.
Sure. And that was actually the second thing I was going to speak to is, and I've said before, I think I even said it at the January hearing, I know I'm a human being and I'm not perfect, you know, for sure. I know I will make mistakes. Those things happen. For me, it's recognizing that I have done a lot of work. I've been very diligent in, you know, maintaining a positive role in the communities and things of that nature, and the work that I've done and I do every day. And that's never going away. As I said then, and I say now, it's a part of who I am. So that won't change. It's just a matter of me making sure I kind of tighten up everything around that too. So.
How do you, you know, you have a tremendous support network. There's no doubt about that. So how do you activate your support network? Well, at the end of the day, as you're talking about this, you're right. It's ultimately your contract, your responsibility. It's, you know, your burden. How do you activate your network to help check you?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I do. Yeah. And so it's actually something I've been doing since I've been in here. And if you remember, Commissioner, back in January of 23, you asked me a question at my 27-year history hearing. You had asked me about the coin and both sides of the coin, and one side having, you know, all the good things and everyone sees it, and the other side are the things you don't want people to see. And I think that's where I kind of missed the mark, was not wanting people to see the things that I didn't want them to see. You know, those things that I just wasn't proud of, or I was trying to hide from, and things of that nature. For me, it's literally about trusting my support system to say that, hey, you know, I'm in this situation, or I'm feeling this way, or this is what's going on. Can I get your advice? Can I get a perspective? Things of that nature. And that's something that I did not do. But I've definitely done that since being here. I've talked to at least a dozen people within my support system since I've been inside, and they've all been honest with me, and I've been honest and open. And that's something that's never been easy for me. You know, for a long time, I always cared so much about how other people saw me and what they think of me. And so I think that's kind of where I needed to be better, and I will be better. So
that's helpful. Thank
you. Who's in your support system? Because that's why I asked the question about your friends and your girlfriends. And did they know?
Yeah.
are
Yeah.
you pretty selective with who knows
I
stuff
am,
and who doesn't?
absolutely, absolutely. So I'm selective in my friends. I don't have, well, I can't say I don't have a million friends. I have a lot of friends for sure. But you guys have seen most of them. They've come through here. I've grown up with them within these prison walls. Some of them were, I mean, if they were allowed to be, they'd be in that room today. But for sure, the Salvation Army, for sure, the Circle of Peace. But I mean, I can name names. I named them at the 27-year hearing, the people who have been rock solid in my life, you know, and continue to be honest with me. So I think the other part of that is me being honest with them, you know. And I think that's what's super important because I know they're going to always be honest with me. They will literally tell me if I'm doing something, bro, stop it. What are you doing? Get it together. But in order for them to do that, I know that I need to be just as forthcoming with them. So.
Well, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I
Sure.
really hate to see this happen to you or happen again. So
Mhm.
those friends you went to visit, are
Yeah.
they friends in your support system that you should have talked to
Absolutely.
before you did that, or they should have
Absolutely.
known?
Yeah, absolutely. And as a matter of fact, even one of them did. You know, one of them was like, listen, I don't want you to get into no issues. You're too far, you know, just wait. You know, you're almost out of the halfway house, you know, and so I should have literally taken that and ran with it, you know. So I know that I have those individuals in my life for sure that are going to be honest with me.
Thank you.
We're all coins, right? And two sides, but the whole coin is what matters. So, at this stage of the game, it's going to be incumbent upon us to talk about, you know, what the next steps are in going forward. But let me just ask this question of you: what would you like to see happen?
Yeah. So I readily recognize that I did not complete work release. And I know that was a condition of my release, was complete work release. I also know that I had had the hearing in January where I was given parole and I was going to be moving on to phase 2 and then the ISR. I don't want to presume to tell y'all how to adjudicate, you know, but I would love nothing more than to, you know, at least go to ISR, to start ISR at Damascus Way. I know I'd already spoken with Mr. Dumas there, and they were more than willing to accept me there because at this time, I don't have any housing available, but they would be willing to provide me housing there until that was completed, or I found my own housing.
So you're really talking about like doing this as under the parole status, or are you talking about doing this as a work release status until housing could be arranged?
Yeah. I mean, if I could do it as
I'm just asking.
No, for sure. I know
sure
you guys are gonna do whatever. I would rather do it as a parole status. I don't want to feel like I'm taking a step backwards. Yet at the same time, I understand that, you know, I did not complete work release. So, but if I could do it as a parole status, I would much rather do that.
There's a range of other considerations around this that are beyond just that work, you know, beyond an ISR decision. It's some of this is just how things get covered and addressed and so forth. So there's it's a little more complicated. I'm gonna move something if it's okay out with the board. I'll just move a potential option and we can talk about whether or not people think it's worthwhile. I would move that when as soon as practicable that work release look to transition just being out of facility to work release optimally. If it could be at Damascus, great. If not, another suitable location. That it would go there on work release status, straight work release status at for 60 days. So it does just to allow for the development of a full and complete and clear release plan. And I would just say that if we can get that established, we could move to a phase 2 work release once that's all approved and set up. And then at that stage, we would make the referral again for assignment of an agent and all that needs to happen relative to that. So what it does is it you know, you may argue it's a step back. I would argue it is an opportunity to complete and plan, right? Because I want to make sure that we have this thoughtfully developed. And then if they can put that all together, we could move you within that time frame to phase 2. I'm fine with that, but it'd be based on a recommendation from work release. And then you progress to parole when it's appropriate and go from there. I would just say that, I also just say that, again, I want you to be more focused on the reaction and disappointment of your mom, not on the fear of what's going to happen if we have another challenge or a big problem. Because but at the same time, you just have to know that you know, we have an obligation too, and that obligation is to make sure that, again, it's not like you were out there doing, you know, terrible things. But you were not compliant, and I think this process is about that demonstration of trust, and I really want to see that. So that's my motion.
Is that a motion to deny parole and go back to, or go to Damascus?
It really, we're
parole?
really doing is we're really starting a process that really would be a parole move, but it's through a process.
And I just want to interject one little thing so you understand how it works. He was revoked. His status is revoked. So the period of time between February 2/3/26 until there's a work release plan that can be approved is a revocation period. Then he has to have a new release plan to go out to work. So just so that's how it progresses, because he was revoked. There's that period of time until he gets back out. Then he'll be on work release status. And you all should determine some parameters around that, like moving out to work release status for a minimum of, or until a residence can occur is helpful, if you want to do that. And phase 2 for a minimum of is helpful, because it gives the agent time to investigate.
And I think I said, what I say, 60 days, right?
You did on the original work release status.
Work release status.
Yep.
And then, you know, he could move to phase 2, and we could do phase 2 for, I don't know, 60 days, and during that time seek the transition to a date. So it is about, because this is really in some respects about the sanction and then the way forward. So that's what we're trying to establish here. So that would be the motion.
I second it.
The motion and a second. Further discussion. Work releases here. Hopefully, Doc, we can work something out like this. All right. To the motion, Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead.
Yes.
Schnell votes yes. Good luck to you.
Conditional.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
So Mr. Spahn, please hold on 1 minute.
Okay.
I want to set expectations between now and each step as far as discipline.
Yeah, so it would be, just, there's some standard stuff like agent approved plans, that kind of stuff. They'll have to, work the arrangements for your placement, remain discipline free. And then, you'll have all the standard conditions that you saw before. And go from there. But, it'll take us a minute to make this arrangement. As soon as they can do that, we'll get that accomplished to get you from there to where you're going.
Okay. Yes, sir.
All right, we're all good?
Good.
All right.
Thank
good
you
luck
all.
to you, sir. Thank you. Take care.
I will. You all too.
It's only like the third time I've tried it, so we'll try to get it right. I know it feels a little bit into your personal space. But I just want my board members to be able to see when you speak and you to be able to see them if they ask you a question. So here's a.
Yeah, there's some stories.
What's your good side? What's your good side?
It's hard to find a good side these days.
Side period isn't good.
Okay, we're good.
All right, I just want to remind everybody, be quiet so our mics don't pick you up and make it difficult for others to hear. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Barry Milton Dodd, who's participating in person with us, and Mr. Dodd also has his advocate with him. Thank you for coming and attending, Mr. Bill. Here with us at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell. Also present are members Christine Bray, Cheryl Ramstad, and Andrew Larson. Our records indicate on April 25th of 1995, 2 men were found dead in the underground parking garage at Lord Fletcher Apartments. The incident occurred in Spring Park, Hennepin County, Minnesota. After a thorough investigation, it was revealed that Barry Dodd shot and killed the 2 victims. On June 13th of 1996, Barry Dodd was sentenced to life imprisonment by Hennepin County District Court after having been found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder. The court sentenced these counts to be served concurrent to each other. Mr. Dodd has been previously reviewed by the Commissioner and Advisory Panel and the Supervised Release Board, which he was continued for a future review each time. On February 21st of 2023, he was given the opportunity to transition to minimum custody, and on June 5th of 2025, he was transferred to the work release program. Today's review represents his 3rd review after serving approximately 31 years of incarceration. His minimum parole eligibility date for June 3rd of 2025. Thank you. I turn this matter over.
So good afternoon. How are you doing today?
Good.
I'm going to have you slide up toward the mic a little bit, just so we can hear you. Can you just talk a little bit about the last chunk of time since we saw you last and what's been happening and how you're doing and what that's been like?
Grateful for the opportunity to go to Damascus Way to do the work release program. They've been wonderful. It's helped me to continue to transition into the community. They have been compassionate, caring, provided me an opportunity to find employment, to reconnect with my family, my friends, with Russell, and all the other people that I continue to build relationships with in the community, the Salvation Army. It's been a great experience for me. Very grateful for that opportunity.
What's been the what's been the best parts of it, or the places where you feel like you've learned the most?
There's been many. I think one of them has been the Circle of Peace, which Russell started. We do that in a community setting in St. Paul. And there's been times where it's been hard for me to share with, even like coworkers or things like that about my past, the shame, the regret, the remorse. So these people have just loved me, accepted me. It made me feel like I was part of the community. It's increased my desire to continue to be part of the community. It's given me more compassion and concern and care for others. It's helped me grow and develop emotionally, mentally. It feels like I am part of the community. So that has been a powerful experience. Another one has been the opportunity to heal with my family as well. So that has been very powerful, to continue to some of the kids I didn't even know. So it's been very special. My family has been really supportive. Just growing and feeling like I'm part of my family again. It's been pretty amazing.
As you, and I really, I applaud all that you've done, because you've done very well, and we've heard from Damascus and work release staff, and that you're heavily involved in a lot of very really worthwhile and pro-social and community building kinds of efforts. And because in this role we end up in a spot where we want to see that side of it, and that's one of the obligations that we have, is to ensure that you're making that progress and that you're demonstrating your commitment to a different life. And we also have those people who are impacted so as you go forward, how do you ensure that you not lose sight of what you've taken from others? Any thoughts on
that? When I was first incarcerated, I received a letter from Michael Coleman's mother. And in that letter, she shared how I had destroyed her life and taken the most precious gift she had. I knew I never wanted to hurt anyone like that again. And I made a commitment to do everything I could to make sure that I never harmed anyone like that. And then, because of the trauma I had carried and didn't know how to let go of that, I didn't trust anyone because of those harms. And I made a commitment to ask for help, which I hadn't done before. And I reached out to Russell was one of the first people that helped me. There was many people. Charles Berry, John Foster, Amicus was wonderful. So I reached out, and there was many people that were in the prison system that I reached out to, Tim Hansen and Alicia Nichols, Sarah King, Patricia Pollock, and Mark Stoltenberg, Minna O2, Kara Richter, Paige Berg, and many others. And what I found was they had a great peace, and I wanted that peace in my own life. I was ready for help, and they gave that help to me. They gave me what I deserved the least. They gave me compassion and mercy, and it helped transform my life. And I've been walking and consistent in that commitment to not harm others. I work on myself every day to be a caring and compassionate person. And I continue that journey every day.
Thank you for that. As you think about moving forward, what are the things that you think that you maybe need to, you've done really well, right? What are the things that you need to really maintain that level of acute awareness of in yourself? And what are the things that people around you, if they saw this, if they saw a certain thing in Barry Dodd, what does it look like if Barry Dodd's is struggling? What does that look like for somebody else who's around you?
Well, I've stayed committed because I know I need others. So I've built a very strong community, and I spend time. The relationships matter to me now. I understand it. I have a deep understanding of what relationships are. That's really, at the end of the day, that's all we have. And that's, to me, that's all that's valuable to me. So I spend time nurturing those, and I'm accountable to other people. I have accountability partners that I work with every week. There's not a week that goes by that I don't stay accountable, because I know that that's going to help me, and I get a chance to help other people. So it's given me purpose in my life. I know that I'm not ever going to deviate from that, because I know that's not healthy. So I want to continue to maintain and be the best person I can be, and that's by spending time with others, investing in others, and they've invested in me. And I get it. I believe that's what we need more of in this world. And I'm willing to do my part. Relationships aren't easy. You have to spend time and allow yourself to hear things you may not want to. I'm open and honest with my community, and they're open and honest with me.
So if all of a sudden, and I'm not saying this would ever happen, but if all of a sudden Barry Dodd was kind of in the wind or ghost or wasn't connecting, that might be a sign that things are maybe not good.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
I'm not suggesting you.
You're absolutely
I'm
right.
just saying that
if I was
that would be an indicator
off of that,
yes,
and not be genuine in my relationships, it's a concern.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep. That's helpful. Okay. Other board members have questions?
Has there been a time when any of your accountability partners have pointed out that you're falling short of your accountability? And if so, what were the circumstances and how did you address their concerns?
Yes, they've addressed those. If I've gone ahead of my process, if I haven't seen something that's going on in my life or something that they see, I'm open. And there's been times where I have had to ask for forgiveness and work on myself and work on those areas, and grateful for people that are willing to share that with me.
Can you give a specific example or two?
I think one would be like at Damascus Way, Jonathan. He's my counselor. So I speak to him quite frequently. And there'll be times he'll tell me to just slow down and just walk in the process. If my thinking has been with work, there was a situation with work and I brought to him what I was feeling and he had shared his experience and what he was feeling and how I should approach that. I had a situation where I was going to take a position and that didn't work out for me. I was pretty disappointed with that. And we had just talked about it and he encouraged me. And so I accepted that. And then I just want to keep following what I believe, the plan that the Lord has for me, and I don't want to deviate from it. So I'm grateful to have people in my life that can help me in those situations. I was very disappointed, but I didn't let that deter me from doing what I needed to be doing. So it's things like that where before I was incarcerated, I wouldn't have communicated that with anyone. I kind of stayed to myself. So I was grateful to have his insight on that and how I should continue to move forward. And I've shared with him, my plans and as far as like work and what I'd like to be doing. But life has been like that. So it's learning how to navigate when things don't go the way I thought they should have went. So to just stay calm in the moment, patient. And that's what I'm doing.
Do you ever have any flashbacks to the time of the crime?
Yes.
And how do you handle that?
It's difficult because I think about all the people that I've harmed. I think about all the people I shared that at my last hearing. Deeply sorry that I harmed those people. The generational trauma of the young kids that I didn't even know and I affected their life. It's very difficult to think that I'm responsible for that. And then how do I make that right with them? So the only thing I know to do is continue to make sure I don't harm anyone and to be a blessing. So I do think about that. I think about everything I took from them, what their families don't get to get, how they've suffered.
Thank you.
Mr. Dodd, you'd mentioned that one of the things that you've navigated is how you discuss your past with people, whether it be coworkers or I wasn't sure exactly the context or whom you're referring to. How do you navigate that? How do you describe or like what do you talk about? How do you navigate that conversation?
Well, with community members that I trust, I share, I'm accountable. Most people nowadays can just Google you and they can see that. So there's times where I know it's not safe to share with anyone and I don't. I want to be wise about that. So I use wisdom when I'm sharing that, but when it's appropriate, I share, how I've harmed others and I share how the opportunity I have today to impact the lives of others and to be a better person. So I do share when it's necessary. When it's not, I don't share. I don't want people afraid of me. And there's times where it's not appropriate. So if I'm in a personal relationship with someone, I will share because I want them to know. I don't want them to feel like I've been disingenuine in my building of that relationship. I'd like to build trust with people. And I know that comes from hard work, honesty, responsibility. So
And
that's how I
what's
navigate those.
so what's the response been?
People have been really good to me. I felt a lot of compassion. I feel very fortunate. So I've been able to connect deeply with many people. It's brought a lot of joy and peace to my life. And I continue to work on that to be the best person I can be.
Have people expressed, I'll just call it shock, that the Barry Dodd now could have done such a terrible thing?
Yes. Many have said that that's not who I am, which that is not who I am. I am a different person today. It's very difficult, but yeah, they've expressed shock.
Thank you.
I'm going to turn to Mr. Ballinger just to offer your thoughts and insights in terms of Barry and what you see in him, and go from there.
Well, when I was with you before, I mentioned that Barry and I go back about 25 years now. We were just having a little chuckle because we realized that we looked a little different back then. I never forget in our first conversation off to the side, and it went on for quite a while, but how remorseful Barry was about what happened. And that left a mark on me. I also remember a part in that conversation in saying to him how ridiculous a little jar of coffee cost in the prison. And Barry said he didn't drink the coffee because of his size. People would try to take it from him. And he didn't want anything like that to happen. And I know in my mind, my first thought was, for what that coffee costs, they better not come and try to take it from me. So over time, in the time that we've had recently, the number of people that are here right now is just a small part of who we are every Monday when we split up to have our conversations. And it can be a lot of work. And when you've got someone like Barry in the room, you go to reach for something and it's not there, and then you look up and he's handing it to you. He knows what you want. He knows what you need. And you realize that he's been watching me. And I talked to him on the phone, and when we're together, and I realized that he's made a better person out of me. Because as you get older and a little more crustier, you don't always have the patience you might have had, but I've learned from him to have a little more grace. He's given that back to me. And I think he's had a similar effect on many of the people that come there. we come together in circle just to hear from folks that don't look like us, aren't doing the same things. We hear things that may not be in our wheelhouse, so to speak, but we learn to accept what each other say, and in a way we become like family, and in a lot of ways he feels like family to me. It's gone beyond him being a friend that I came across in my life. My 9-year-old grandson comes on Mondays too. So we have people that are 9 years old up to someone that hasn't been coming lately, but it's 92. My first grade teacher was there a week ago. She's 95. I notice how people are drawn to Barry, and everybody seems to know him right off. So I talk too much, but I just want to say that we've all learned a lot from him. It's not that we are trying to watch and keep him on track. It feels more like he's kind of keep us on track sometimes. And so I'm glad to be here with him. The last time I was with him, I guess I didn't see this day was coming, but I'm glad it did. And I can only imagine the work that's gone in it. And some of you may know that when I started coming in that prison, I didn't know what was going on in there. I was just coming to do what I could. And it was a learning. It's a learning that I got that it's been more amazing than anything else that's happened in my life outside my family. I don't know if that's what you expected to hear.
Do you think he should be paroled?
Yeah, I think he should be paroled this afternoon.
Okay. Right. We got Russell Ballinger weighed in on it. Right. Well, Mr. Dodd, before we do our thing, I want to just give you one last opportunity to make your comments you wish to the board, whatever that is.
I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here today. I just want to apologize to Michael's family and Gil's family and everyone who spoke at my last hearing. I'm deeply sorry for taking them from their families. I want to apologize to the community that I harmed, to everyone in this room, to my family. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'll close this portion of the discussion and move into board discussion about next steps. And during that, we will not entertain questions or allow interruptions. With that, I would open this up to the board to talk about where we go from here.
Well, I'd like to make a motion for parole and move to phase 2 work release. Second.
There's a motion for parole, and an interim move to phase 2 work release. Is there,
Second.
and there's a second as well. Any further discussion? All right, we'll just get to the vote, I guess. To the motion, Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramsted.
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. So, Shadad, what will happen is parole is approved, it'll probably take 60-ish days, and maybe less, but somewhere in that time frame for that agent to be assigned and do what they need to do. In the meantime, you are approved to transfer to phase 2 work release that Damascus would facilitate. I guess the only other thing I would say is that, we expect you to be in full compliance with all the requirements and so forth. And I have little doubt that you will do that. And I guess the only thing I would add is that I hope that you continue to live your best life out of an obligation that I think you have and need to take on for what you did take from this. And as you know, and we know, and we hear from these families all the time, that they could forgive a person any wrong if they could give them back what was taken from them. And we all know that that's not possible. So the only thing that can happen is you living your best life in service to others and doing whatever you can to atone and build a better world despite what happened now 31 years ago. So I want to wish you well, congratulate you on the work that you've done, and look forward to seeing what you do with the remainder of your life. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, we have a couple of items of business to do here.
No, that was, they were the two before. That was the.
Folks, if we just have a little bit of quiet, just because we have a little bit of business to do yet.
That's right, that was the, yeah.
So for the board, under new business, we have we'll let people,
Can you hear Andrew?
we'll let people move out here a little bit. Still recording? All right. Under new business, the CFSY is asking board members if they have specific questions they want answered or information for the July training. And so it's not something we need to get into today, but if you have items that we would really like to look at that and give that to them so they can address it. One of the other things that we'd like to talk a little bit about there is just some of the stuff around transitions. We've gotten some feedback around a transition in particular from people moving from work release into ISR. And sometimes it can feel like a step back. And so just because sometimes we can find that, for instance, I'll just use one example. Becky and I had a meeting the other day with some folks, but work release, you might have a 10 p.m. curfew, or you have a plan, you have to have a plan, and that plan has to be approved and so forth. But, you could make a change in that plan the day before, And in ISR, you might have a 6 PM curfew, and you have to submit a week in advance with no modifications in that time, unless it's an emergency. And so what happens for many of the folks who, as we think about this as a continuum of step down and process, for some of them, they feel as though it's a step back, and I don't think that's intentional. I think it comes out of the reality of what happens with, with ISR, and these are not your typical ISR clients, because often, they're quite vetted and have done a lot of step down, but it's something I think that we want to talk about in terms of what that looks like and how do we establish a clearer continuum. So.
Yeah, when they're in ISR, they are no longer in a work halfway house,
They're
right?
parole.
They're living at home parole,
They're,
okay.
so it's a full parole. So it
Yeah, I
does.
see the dilemma.
Yeah. And so we'll, that's something, we'll have some things that we're talking through and working on that, but we'll come back. And go from there.
Commissioner, I'm sorry. Have the dates been established?
For the training,
Yeah.
July 28th.
It was a previous meeting hold.
Oh, it was a previous meeting hold, Andrew.
Gotcha.
And just to bring up, if the two other board members, Don and Jody, they should probably know too.
Yeah, we can send them an
Yeah.
email just to communicate, or if they have questions or things as well. Good point.
And they're just giving one final opportunity in case something else has come up that you want them to share at the training. Because we're finalizing agendas and so are they. So you have provided some already. But it was just if there were anything specific as of.
Who will be doing the training?
It will be the people from the that Center for Youth Sentencing.
Fair sentencing.
Of youth. The group that really was involved in a lot of the law change stuff. They've come here before.
And did we talk with them before?
Yeah,
with
we
them?
did.
Yeah, I missed that meeting. They're not local, are they?
No, they're out east.
DC or
California, okay.
Would it be possible to have that original? So I do seem to have a recollection of there was an email sent out. So I think I remember seeing Jody respond to it. Could that email be resent out? I don't know that I'd be able to find it very easily.
Yeah, we can get it.
Just for an opportunity to provide any additional feedback on topics.
Yep.
Are you asking for the minutes from the first meeting, Andrew?
No, just the email that I don't remember if it was Aubrey who sent it out or if it was Rebecca. Yeah. I recall an email.
Are there minutes from the first meeting that would help provide continuity?
I can send all of that,
Thank
yes.
you. Thanks, Aubrey.
All right, perfect. So next thing we just need to do is, I wonder if somebody would make a motion to approve the April 14th meeting minutes.
So move. Second.
Any corrections or additions? Hearing none. To the motion, Board Member Bray?
Yes.
Board Member Larson?
Yes.
Board Member. This was in my mind here. I know.
Yes.
Board Member Amstead, Schnell votes yes. And then no public comment?
No.
And with that, our next meeting is June 9th here. And with that, I would accept the motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
And we're adjourned. Thank you.